Welcome, everybody. This is D. Durrell at the practice today. Before I get started, I want to thank each and every one of you for coming in and showing your ability to support me. If you don't know, I will notify and let you know this as of now. If you've just been, if you haven't been following the channel, as you know, the D. Durrell channel was terminated. It was terminated over a week ago, due to inflammatory statements that I had made towards certain protective groups, per se. I want to say they also felt that I was saying hate speech and that I was putting other people's life at risk, I guess, if you want to say that. Unfortunately, I don't agree with that, and I think for most of you all that have known me and known the type of content that I showcase, that I'm not a person that's about hate. I'm not a person about shaming anybody. I'm not a person about talking negative about different groups of people in an irresponsible manner. Now, I can be very opinionated. Um, I have my own particular viewpoints, which are granted, just like anybody else. And at times, I like to say the things that I like to say, and a lot of times I'm not going to go with the grain. I am not going to go with the grain. I'm just not. That's just not how I'm wired. I've never been that way, and I never will. I never will. So I'm going to talk about today about my brother Jamal Johnson. As you all know, Jamal Johnson was a very consistent staple on my channel, previous channel D. Durrell, particularly towards the end of last year. You would see Jamal Johnson come in and come out. He would come on panels and talk about a variety of topics, even minus the UMAR stuff. He would come in and talk about the Muslim religion. He talked about his upbringing with interaction with the Nation of Islam, the Black Panthers. I mean, brother Jamal had a wealth of knowledge that I think that we as a community are not taking advantage of, including his own son. Again, I'm going to repeat, brother Jamal Johnson has a lot of wealth and knowledge and experiences that we as in the Black community are not taking advantage of. And there's a lot of Jamal Johnsons who have seen decades and decades of change, can give us a variety of strategies and perspectives to look at so that they can help us propel the next generation in a better direction. That is something that has been, I would say, non-existent in the Black community, is our ability to transfer knowledge, wealth, legacy consistently to the next generation. And so what it pretty much does is it disallows that next generation to have an easier pathway to obtaining wealth, security, financial gains. There's like this, we're literally just starting all over from one generation to another, instead of increasing the likelihood of the next generation becoming more successful, thus creating a more successful community. We have failed with that in the Black community substantially. So, as you all know, and for some that don't know, Brother Jamal is educated as a master's degree in business administration, I think. Has an MBA. He's been in the military. He was the person that I will say is the reason UMAR Johnson is who he is today. I give him a lot of credit for that, because if UMAR Johnson did not grow up with a strong Black father, in a household that was headed by a strong black man who actually was educated himself. Not to say Umar Johnson wouldn't have done things on his own, but the foundation that was given to him propelled him to want to seek knowledge, to go to college, because that was what was reinforced to him as a child, to exceed beyond average. And that's not done in a lot of black communities. A lot of black communities, when it comes to education and achievement, we're just good with, as long as you pass or have certain grades, we're good, so forth. But in my communication with Brother Jamal, he reinforced high standards. And in those high standards, Umar basically excelled and was able to obtain the degrees that he did. All 6 of them, by the way, for those that don't believe, he has 6 degrees. He does. Verifiable. But the problem I'm having, the problem that I am having is that I don't know if Brother Jamal really understands how his presentation exudes a certain persona that a lot of people in social media don't like. And many times when he speaks, people seem to think that he is in many ways hindering his son's ability to obtain the goal for the school that he wants for our community. Many people, and Brother Jamal, if you're listening, we don't see you, Brother Jamal. A lot of people don't see you as helping. They don't see you as a person that is creating an atmosphere that we can see Umar in a better light and to understand him. Therefore, we know why he's doing things. We see you as a person who is, a lot of people, not myself, but I have to admit that when I first heard Brother Jamal, I was rather taken by some of the things that he said about his son. And I'm going to be one to say whether he agrees or not, it's still his son. Whether Umar is 47, 48, I don't care. Still his son. And people are going to look at it as if, why are you saying things that can be seen as against your son's whole platform that he's created and persona that he's created for himself? Now, as you see here, this is TC TV 2.0, one of my favorite YouTubers. Brother Jamal was on this channel. Okay. I'm going to take a look and see what the nature of the talking points are right now, because Brother Jamal was on TCTV earlier. I think this live stream has been going on for probably 4 or 5 hours. So I'm going to take a look. We're going to take a look for a second and see exactly what they're saying at this point. And then I'm going to continue on.
Solicit donations. So when he goes to work for the money, right, he tries to do an appearance, a book of money, get some money to get, to put towards the school and support himself, then they call and cancel that. So they're trying to disable him as far as making finances, as far as getting money. If they could keep that from him, then they win. The mission wouldn't be completed. But he has a right, just like any other nonprofit, that does not change because he's black. He has a right to solicit donations. Not only that, he has a right to, he has a right to solicit donations. He has a right to ask people to join certain clubs, like he not clubs, but membership options. Like he has the diamond, he has the the bronze. He has a right to do that. They can't stop that. Every single nonprofit organization in the United States, every single one of them solicit donations. Why? Because he's black and he's in the forefront, and you don't like his rhetoric. It can't be. So where they're coming from with donations, he's not pitchy. What's gonna happen? He's not being transparent. I don't understand that. He has a 990 form on the IRS website. They put it out there. He obviously turned it into them. If you want to see what he's doing with the dough, it's on an IRS website. If you don't agree with it, defaming him and all of this other stuff that they're doing, that's not going to help that. It's not doing it. He went to a PA audit. We saw the documentation. He passed the audit. What are they doing? They're not worried about fraud. They don't care what he does. You think you're worried? You think those white supremacists are worried about the black community? Do you think that those people who are making all of these videos all over YouTube are worried about the black community? I've never seen them make videos about anything going on in the black community ever. We have people getting killed and shot and all. I never seen them make videos on that. They could give a damn about the black community. What they care about is assassinating his character to keep him from making money, and they're driven by white supremacists. So as they jiggle, as they dance and sing for the white man for hours and hours on end, talking about Dr. Umar, the white man is throwing up quarters and pennies. You see those super chats that be going up? Same thing. They're playing the organ and having a monkey dance on the side, and the white man's throwing the money.
Okay, I'm gonna stop it there because that pretty much is the rhetoric that we're basically arriving to at this point, is that we feel that a lot of the people who are anti-Umar Johnson are not actually black people. These are white supremacists who look at ways of taking down positive black figures, and they'll use other black people to take them down. Okay, and this has been a constant. This is something that has been done throughout our history in the United States. This is nothing new. Where anytime black people try to do something progressive, there's always people trying to tear it down. And then many times it's white supremacists who use black people to do it. And this is in many ways indicative of past behaviors that are done whenever we try to create a cause or try to create any type of movement, any type of project that can actually change the mindset of our people or create a template that can be modified and used by others in mass. This school can potentially do that. Now, what we're saying is that, Brother Jamal, many people are arriving that you are somewhat negative about your son because we don't hear you saying positive things. We don't hear you saying what he's doing as far as the things he does well. We're usually hearing the negative. Now, even your own son has come out and said that he feels that you're against him. He actually got upset one time and called you the C word and all this other different stuff. He called you names and all this and things like that. He's spoken very ill of you at times. And I'm not saying he should have done that. I don't think you deserve that. I think regardless if y'all agree to disagree, you're still his father, and he owes you that certain level of respect. But the bottom line is that you have contributed to an environment that is anti-Umar Johnson. And that's why I come to the understanding and to this question. And many of you can answer. If you're listening right now, you can type it in. You can go ahead and state what you will. Okay. Is Umar Johnson I mean, is Jamal Johnson, what side is Jamal Johnson on? What side is he on? We want to know, what side do you think he is on? What side is Jamal Johnson on? We need to know. Now, my opinion, if we were to ask Jamal Johnson that question, he would say, I'm on nobody's side. I'm on the side of the truth, and I just want my son to do the right thing. That's what I think he would say. From my interactions with him, I don't interact with him as nearly as much as I used to. Mr. Jamal and myself, we used to have weekly conversations, weekly text messages. That was a time where me and Jamal would actually talk at least uh, three times a week at least. There were times where we would have hour conversations. Me and Jamal have had 2 to 3 hour conversations at times. There are certain times. Matter of fact, the first time, I never forget, the first time that me and Jamal Johnson talked, it was actually about an hour and a half to damn near 2 hours. Okay. He gave me his opinion. We had very, very intense discussions, and they were not very, very intense discussions, I would say. Very, very intense. Me and Jamal had some very, very, uh, you know, I'm going to say some barn burners. Now, we would not disrespect with cursing and all that stuff like that, but we had some very, very, we didn't agree. We were respectful, but he had his positions, I had mine, and some of those things were not about UMAR. Hey, Tiff, how you doing? What's up, Tiff? I'm also doing an open panel. So you can come up, Tiff. I like you to come up, Tiff, if you can. I like to discuss your interaction with Brother Jamal on TCTV 2.0. I'm going to send the link up. Now, one of the reasons why I decided to do this show is because I decided to do the show. I'm going to drop the link. Oh, wow. They won't let me. Okay. I'm going to have to send the link to your email. Something's going on with this Tiff. So I'm going to send it to your email. But I think I actually liked the interaction that Tiffany had with Brother Jamal. I think she was fair, but she meant business. And she basically asked legitimate questions. She asked legitimate questions. Now, was there some situations where they were, a little, uh, invasive towards and not allowing one to speak and interruptions and so forth? That happens on any panel, anybody's panel. So it's not as if that is somewhat, I would say it is not as if it is somewhat atypical of any other panel that you would see on YouTube. What's up, India? How you doing, India? So I got to send the link out to Tiffany. Anybody else want a link I can send? I don't understand why it's not allowing me to send it the way I want to. But that's okay. That's YouTube. That's StreamYard doing its thing. And it is what it is. It is what it is. But what I got to say is this. One has to pose the question to Brother Jamal Johnson. You don't see anybody? I don't know, man. YouTube's doing something crazy. I don't know what's going on. I don't get it. Oh, um I'm getting correspondence, so I don't know what's going on. And I see a lot of people coming in, 24 in the chat total right now. So we're doing some good numbers right now. So I don't know what's going on. So I'm gonna just let it ride. But I can see everybody. I see Return of the Brother says, hello, Mr. Durrell. Can you explain why one of Flacco's fake emails about me goes back to Houston, Texas? Well, I'm going to say this, Return of the Brother. I'm not familiar with you. This is the first time I've ever seen you in my chat. So I can't answer that question. I don't know. I receive emails from Flacco all the time, and it's not a fake email. Maybe he don't trust you. I don't know. I can't answer that question for you. Tiffany, just want to let you know I sent the link to your email, so you can get the link in your email. For some reason, StreamYard is not allowing me to give you the link. I don't know what's going on, but it's not allowing me to do so. Not at all. So what I'm saying to you all is that, I mean, Brother Jamal was a little defensive. I considered offensive. I mean, defensive when Tiffany asked, as a father, how could you be saying some of the things you're saying? This is your son, and she has the right. I think that it was appropriate for her to ask that question. Now, he had the position of, look, I know this man more than anybody. And you're not going to tell me about my own son. And I can't blame him for saying that. I really can't blame him for saying that. I mean, I really can't, because that is. I can't blame him for saying that, because that is his son. That's the truth. And he has the right to feel whatever way he wants to feel. And there's nothing we can do about that. There's nothing we can do about that. Now, guys, that is the StreamYard code. For some reason, they're not allowing me to send it. So that's the StreamYard. They won't allow me to drop the link. So I'm putting it up here so you can copy it and come in. You can basically, what you can do is copy the link, and you can press it and you can come on in. Yeah, worldwide, come on in, brother. We definitely got a lot to talk about. I definitely want to get you all's opinion on this. I thought it was appropriate for me to ask that question. Is what side is Brother Jamal on?
Okay. First, before we get into Brother Jamal, let me address Return of the Brothers punk ass for a moment. The reason why Flacco don't F with him and TC don't F with him is because Return of the Brothers sent Flacco an email pretending to be me to solicit him rubbing on my titties for $500. He says, "Hey, this is Tip.
Whoa, wait a minute. Hold on. What?
I'm finna email you right now the fucking receipts. This is why Flacco don't mess with him. And let me give you a quick rundown. He pretended to be me on some fake bullshit ass email account, sent it to Flacco saying, "Hey, this is Auntie Tiff. Would you like to rub on my titties for here? I'll give you $500. What hotel are you in Atlanta? I'm in LA." This fool done sent Flacco this. Flacco knew it wasn't me. And on live the other night, Flacco got his IP address and tracked down his damn address all the way to his fucking door and exposed it was him. Now he trying to play, trying to pretend like it ain't him. Then he sent Flacco another email, said, "My bad, this is TCTV. My bad, bro. What's going on?" He's sitting up here pretending to be me and TC trying to solicit prostitution and saying it's me who did it. So Tiff ain't in on no damn comm. I don't appreciate him using my name to pretend. He's a goddamn liar, and that's why he's blocked on Flacco and TC's platform, because he was on that fuckboy shit.
Oh wow. Now those are some heavy accusations. This is the first time I've heard of this.
Accusations, my ass. I'm finna send you the shit right now. I'm finna send it to you.
No. I'm just
Legit.
saying. I'm. It's not that I don't believe you. It's just that this is like new. This is like you just basically giving. That's a whole lot of what you just stated. I mean, I wasn't expecting it to be on that level. I mean, if he did that, I mean, of course, I'm gonna give you the opportunity to speak your piece on it because that wasn't right. So, are you telling me he's working for the other team?
Yes, he is.
Okay.
Check your text
So,
messages.
oh, go ahead. I'm listening.
He sent that, and Flacco screenshotted it and sent it to me. And Flacco did a live. He said, let's look up who this really is. Flacco did a live, and he also found the address, and then he took that address and ran it through the title deeds to get the exact name, excuse me, to get the exact name of the person, and traced it back to Return of the Brother.
Oh, wow.
You see, you see that shit? So he's
wow.
full of crap. He's a con man. And he's trying to blame Flacco on this. And that's not Flacco's fault. He got exposed. He even sent Flacco a text message begging him not to expose him, that he'd give him $250 if he didn't expose him.
Wow. Wow.
Now he want to sit up here and cry a river in your damn comment section. Boy, bye. We can move on and talk about something else.
Wow, I'm speechless, man. I mean that's a lot. That's
I wish
a lot.
Flacco could get on. He could tell you himself. This ain't me. This is Flacco can tell you himself.
So do we know the identity of who the Return of the Brother is? Do anybody know?
Flacco exactly got his name. I've got his phone number. Hold up. Let me send you his number. Because when he texted Flacco the other day, asking him, please don't expose me, it gave his phone number in the text. This fool is a goddamn liar. And I don't appreciate him trying to pretend to be me. First of all, I don't even use the word breast. If I wanted to invite a man to touch them, they my titties. I'm from the South. So if you're going to sit up and try to be like me, if you're going to try to be like me, talk like me, these are some titties. They some pretty ass titties too. If I do say so my damn self, Return of the Brother.
Wow. Wow. So why is he stalking you?
I don't know what his problem is. I honestly do not know. I just sent you something else.
Okay.
That's him and his phone number with his punk ass. Don't sit up and try to pretend to be me. I don't need to pay motherfuckers to rub my titties or to take money. You just lucky one can't pop in your ugly ass mouth.
I see that.
So he's full of shit while he's sitting up crying. Right, while he's sitting up crying in your comment section, this is why TC don't F with him, and this is why Flacco don't F with him no more. And they blocked all his accounts. He got like 17, 18 YouTube accounts. Every time he pop in, they block his ass. That's why.
So what is he trying to accomplish?
Trying to defame my name and make it seem like I'm out here soliciting prostitution, and he's pretending to be from the other side, but really he's in both chat rooms trying to gather information to go run tell that. And I know I'm not the only person he did it to. He's probably done it to any of the ladies that are in the chat, and he's pretending to be TC too.
Wow. Now, guys, I dropped the link in if you all are in the This Is Not D Durrell, because I'm using several different platforms. I'm using my DDS Sounds, which is a backup channel, my new channel, which is This Is Not D Durrell. I'm also using that because that's the new channel, because it was a brother by the name of punk ass Mr. Fantastic that probably took my channel down if it wasn't the Spengalis. So I can't use that channel anymore. So So you can log on by going through this is not D-Durrell, and you can log on. Other than that, you're gonna have to type in the information you see on the screen, the link, paste it, and then come up. What's up, China White? How are you doing? Good to see
now
you.
He's in your comments saying that I'm a con person, that I'm a con man. I don't know you. I can't.
Wow. So is this the first? Not this is. How long has he been doing this, Tiffany? Where he has actually parade around as if, because there's been a lot of this going on where people are basically pretending that other people are doing things, selling their body, doing this and, trying to make money, doing all kinds of other services and so forth. That seems to be something going on a lot right now in the YouTube street. So, I mean, like how did he even befriend TC and Poetic Flocka?
I don't know. I have no idea. I just know that he came for me, and I've never spoken his name. I've never addressed him at all. And he decided to pretend to be me to try to say that I was trying to sell my body and offer and trying to get money from Flacco to fill on my titties or my breasts. So he likes to quote me as if I would say some shit like that. I don't even talk like that. The fuck?
Yeah, you definitely don't. And I've heard you talk, and you're very blunt. You're not going to use terms such as when it comes like breast. You would definitely be blunt and say it in a certain way.
Right.
It definitely don't sound like you to say breast. That's a definite. So that had to have been somebody else. So
he's like, this is Auntie Tiffany. I don't even talk to Flacco. I don't be like, hey, this is Auntie Tiffany. Would you like to fill on my breast? I don't even fucking talk like that. So if this bastard is going to sit up and quote me and try to pretend to be me, at least get the goddamn verbiage right. People are asking for the link, babe.
Yeah, I know. For some reason, it's not letting me send it. I don't know what's going on. It's I'm trying to. Damn, it's not doing it all. If you were in This Is Not D-Durrell, you should be able to get the link. But I had to copy it on another but it's not coming up. They're not allowing me to let people come up. Give me 1 second, China White. Just give me 1 second. Yes, to your channel, China. I was trying to look for it and I couldn't find it. I tell you what, this is what I'm gonna do. For those that want to come up, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna give you my email address, and if you please send me a request through my email. You can see it there at amburn1718 at gmail.com. Please send me an email right now, and when you send me an email, I can quickly send you a link. I want everybody that wants to come up. I want to give you a chance to come up, and we can all talk, have a discussion. We can chop it up, talk about whatever's going on right now. We could talk about whatever, but this is the email address. Please email me right now. China White, email me. Worldwide Wonderless. Please send me an email at that email right there, and I'll give you a link, and you can come up. Right now, they're not allowing me to send my links for some reason. I don't know what the hell is going on, but they're not allowing me to do it at all. Something is definitely up. Now, I want to go back to, I know we kind of talked about that. I'm glad you got that out. And so now I have to be very careful of Mr. Brother there. I don't want him coming in, starting problems, return of the brother. So he's right here in Houston, huh?
I don't know. I'm here, baby. I don't know where he lived, but I do know that I don't know. Huh? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
The address tracked him back to Houston, right?
No. The address tracked him to I want to say Washington State.
Washington
you would have
State.
to ask Flacco. Yeah, you would have to ask Flacco. He had the exact address. He literally posted it on his chat the other night. You know, Flacco don't play no games. He straight hacked this dude and tracked it down using a reverse IP search.
Oh wow. Okay. Again, guys, anybody wants to come up, send me an email. Send me an email through this email address that you see on the top. Once I get it, I will definitely send you a link. I got one person coming up now. There we go. So he got it. I got somebody else. China White, if you want to come up, send me an email and I will let you up. So now he's saying this, Tiffany. One of the fake Flacco emails tracked to Houston, the other to Fargo. Who is Fargo?
Tell him to shut the fuck up and let's continue on with the discussion. He is irrelevant.
Okay. All right. So
yo,
Tiffany,
yo.
What's up, Worldwide?
What's going on?
So
What's up?
I want to ask you all the question as follows in the title. You know, I decided to do this show based on me hearing Brother Jamal speak today. And my question is, I mean, and this is the issue. And Tiffany, you did a great job of asking him this. I know you get on here saying stuff, but the sentiment that comes across is if you're against your son. I'm not saying that that's the case, but the sentiment comes across as if he is against his son progressing with this school. That's just my opinion. So whose side? My question is, do you think it's appropriate for us to ask him, whose side are you on? What do you all think?
So D-Darrell, did you have him on your platform earlier?
No, but man, I've had, man, if my channel wasn't down, man, Brother Jamal been on my channel at least 10, 15 times.
So he wasn't on there today.
He was. This is my first time going live today.
Oh, okay, because we saw the title, we thought he might have been over there talking to you.
But he did. We did talk today through text. He didn't want me to do this show today, but we did talk today. But go ahead.
Okay, like I said, the night was the first time me actually having a conversation with him, and me and Tiff prefer that he just stand down and go away. That's what we prefer, but he says he's not going to do that. We pretty much told him we don't need you giving them information, sound bites, and information for them to go back and read and just take a 10-minute, 5-minute clip and spend 4 or 5 hours on it. And then that's that's more stuff for us to have to deal with throughout the week and months coming. So we asked him to stand down, to stand back, and pretty much like we got it, you know. And he said he wasn't going to do that.
But he's not standing down. That's the problem.
Right. We asked him tonight to stand down. He said he wasn't going anywhere. And I told him my thing was this. I said, listen, you had no business going on those platforms talking to those guys about your son. Like, you shouldn't have done that. You should not have given them any ammunition. By you going on these shows, all it does is discredit Dr. Umar. He didn't deserve that. He said he can go on whatever shows he wants. I'm like, sure you can, but it just wasn't a good look.
You're right.
So,
go ahead.
He's set in his ways, and he's no rationale with him. That's for sure. He's not going to say, you know what, maybe you're right, I shouldn't have did that. He don't see nothing wrong with what he did, so he can't be reached by me. Go ahead.
Well, I think that his the fact that he can't there's no rationale is jealousy. He put himself in the forefront. I said this on TC's live. Shout out to TC. But he said it flat out that basically he put himself in the forefront. Nobody would know his name if he didn't step forward and say, "Hi, this is me. My name is Dr. Johnson's father." He did that. And now he want to come on and try to publicly critique his son and tell his son which way he need to go. No, he needs to do that offline. This isn't the place or the time in this stage that we're in. It's not his place to publicly say a damn thing about his son. He need to be quiet.
Yeah, Timmy, who pointed that out to him that no one would know who he was unless he put himself out there? Who was that?
You.
She said
I
she did, she did that shit.
yeah, so I'm just like, come on, bruh. Nobody sent for you. Like you came into this. We don't know who nobody else in the family is. We don't know who the other family members are. The brothers, sisters, aunts, uncles, and kids. We don't even know who you are. You sort this out. You came for the attention and the fame. Like, come on now.
Right.
Well, what I can say is this. What I'm gonna say is this, and this is just my opinion. I like Brother Jamal. I mean, me and Jamal have had some 2-3 hour arguments over the phone.
Okay.
Straight up. We stopped that, but particularly when I first talked, matter of fact, Brother Jamal called me while I was at my business working. And I actually was doing work, and I stopped what I was doing to talk to this man for like 2 hours at my business. And he went on. He's very opinionated. And y'all gotta understand, Brother Jamal is also very headstrong. Very headstrong. I mean, he like he told Tiffany, I don't have to explain shit. I'm his father. I've known him longer than you. How you gonna tell me? This is him. This is the kind of
Here's the
personality
thing.
that
Everybody, yeah, and everybody was giving their input and their opinion, but I wasn't trying to tell him, trying to like be belligerent and force him to do what I say. I was merely giving suggestions like he was giving suggestions. And y'all know that when I get irritated, I can get good and disrespectful. But that is the father of my professor, and I bridled my tongue, and I wasn't good and disrespectful to him, but he really was pushing it by interrupting me. That bothered me.
That's unfortunately that's how he communicates. I'm not saying it's right, but he's been on my panels. Once I am able to retrieve all of my, I'm slowly adding content from my previous channel to the This Is Not D-Darrell channel, and I got at least 10, 15 videos of Brother Jamal coming on the platform, talking about stuff. And I mean, he's the type when he talks, he want to dominate the mic, want to dominate the conversation. You have to hold your own in that interaction, because
Oh yeah.
it could be a position where all you doing is listening and he talking. And it's just what it is. So, but see, this is the issue that I talked to him about, and this is matter of fact one of the last big arguments that me and Jamal had was about Lynn and Honor, and I did not like the fact that Brother Jamal went to do that interview where they interviewed him in person, and they had Lynn and Honor doing the interview via YouTube. I didn't like that. I didn't like that situation of Lynn and Honor disrespecting. To me, it's very disrespectful for you to talk ill of somebody else's child, even if he's an adult or not. And in that, Brother Jamal was like, I understand Umar doing this wrong, but you have to show some balance in the fact that why are you not talking about the things that Umar is doing that is right? And that's what we're not hearing enough of. I mean, how we can go to anti-Afro and anybody else. If we want to hear what Umar Johnson is doing wrong, we don't need you to say it, because we're already getting that from other platforms. What I would like to hear is what you think he's doing right. What do you think? If you want to give a position of, hey, maybe he can improve on this or do this better, things of that sort. I mean, as you all know, Umar and Jamal don't have the best relationship. It's actually a very poor, in my opinion, poor relationship as far as communication wise. And so my thing is that this is not helping. I think that's what you were trying to allude to, Tiffany, that he's really not helping. I mean, let me know. What do you think about that, Tiffany?
Babe, excuse me. I agree with you 1000%. I completely 100% agree. I'm getting a phone call right now from Seattle, Washington, which I believe is the name, which Return of the Brother, if you're calling me, don't fucking call my phone. Anyway, I completely agree with you. I completely 100% agree, because there's no way in hell that I would ever speak to my mom again if she went on and had a dialogue with one of my enemies. I'm just not doing it.
Yeah, and that's the thing I was trying to get him to understand. I mean, I'm like, I know this is your son. I know your son is not doing certain things that you deem not in line with how you raised him to be. But with any grown man, regardless of how they're raised, you're gonna do the things you want to, even if they're not congruent with the way you're raised, good or bad. And I mean, I think you've done your job. I mean, you raised him the best you can. He basically became a highly educated man. At this point, I think it is detrimental for you to talk negative of what you think he should be doing, because you can't really change him. Just like he stated, nobody can tell me what your son is. No one can tell him. Who can tell him what he should not do? And that's probably why he's not listening to you, because he probably don't want to hear his father telling him as a grown ass man in his mid to late 40s what he should not be doing. At this point in his life, he's not going to listen to that. I come from the position of offer guidance and advice, whether he wants it or not. If he don't want it, don't give it. Don't push it, because all you're doing is basically presenting an environment where you and your son are not speaking due to political and progressive issues that have nothing to do with your relationship with each other. You should not be having a poor relationship based on YouTube and stuff that's going on in the black community. It should be something that's one-on-one between you two that you need to deal with, and you need to basically learn to improve, heal, whatever interactions need to be happening. But I would not allow YouTube or social media to come between my relationship with my son. I wouldn't. That's just my opinion. So,
Facts.
but to me, I think
no, I was agreeing with you, D. Darrell. I completely 100% agree with you. He acts like the enemy, period. He acts like he's jealous of his dad. I stand by what I said. And he wants notoriety and a name for himself riding on the back of his son's coattails. And when you have a child who's in their 40s, you can't parent them like they're a 16-year-old teenager in high school. There's certain ways you have to adjust your parenting. Yes, he's always going to be his father. Don't get me wrong. He will. And nobody's trying to take that away from him. But you can't sit up and parent him the same way you would when he was underage. This is a grown ass man. And to me, he sit up and he seems like he have a low opinion of him if he sit up and he think that Dr. Johnson is going to put innocent black people in harm's way. He's sitting up like, seriously, dude, give the man some credit. Like, for real. And if you're not going to be 100% for him, shut your ass up. And that was my point I was trying to make. I wasn't cussing him out. I wouldn't do that. That would be wrong. But he needs to understand that he is hurting the mission. He needs to fall the hell back and be quiet.
Okay. I mean, he's not. I mean, my thing is the issues to me are symptoms of other personal issues that.
Whoa. Hey, D. Darrell, do you have a moderator in your chat?
Not in here, man. I don't have any mods yet.
Man, please get a couple, man.
Get who?
You should get a couple of moderators for these clowns in your chat, bro.
You know what? I'm gonna go ahead and do that now.
Like, for real, man. Assign somebody. Consciousness over cookies. Come on. His son is riding the coattails
mod me
of
up.
Barbie.
Uncle D, mod me up.
Yeah, please mod her up, bro. Get rid of his consciousness over cookies.
Yeah, give me 1 second. Y'all go ahead. I'm
go ahead. Get rid of Return of the Brother.
Y'all up. Go ahead.
Yeah, mod her up. You got this clown called Consciousness over cookies in there. Get that clown up out of here. They would never come on the panel, though. You know that, right? Because I'll switch keys them up. They ain't never coming on the panel. Come on the panel so I can switch keys you up.
Yeah, Return of the Brother. You got so much to say in the comment section. Bring your ass on this panel. Bring your ass on this panel, Return of the Brother. You got so much to say. Bring your ass on this panel.
Man, is YouTube trying to like? I can't do any of my functions, man. I can't even create mods. What the hell? Hold on. This shit is crazy.
Tiff.
Yes, babe.
You call everybody babe, huh?
Yeah, so, I'm from the South.
You got Return of the Brother so I can show you better than I can tell you.
Mod me up. No, tell him to come on through. Return of the Brother. You got so much to say in chat. Why don't you come on this panel? Let's have a conversation. You scared? You scared, bruh?
Oh, okay. I see what it is. They not allowing me to do it under my DDS. Okay.
Why have you made a new page yet, D-Darrell, and say, listen, this is my new page? Why have you done that
yet? Man, I'm gonna have to redo this, man. I've had some problems with that DDS.
Yeah, but it takes a minute to make a new YouTube page. Let's do that.
Huh?
It takes a minute to make a new YouTube page. Why have you done that?
But this one is new. But what happened is I got it going from two. I'm trying to get most people know of my DDS sounds more than they know the this is D-Darrell. So I'm trying to get them both at the same time to increase my my flow again, because my channel got shut down. The popular channel got shut down. So now I'm trying to rebuild. What I'm going to have to do, I'm going to have to make This is D-Darrell my main channel and be able to, so that people can start flocking to that channel instead of the DDS sounds. And for some reason, it's not allowing me to do what I want to do. This shit is crazy. But my thing is this, Tip. I'm as we talk, I'm gonna go ahead and go into the studio or whatever and get this dealt with. So as we speak, my brother is communicating with me now. Not really too happy about what we're talking about, but what I can say is this, man. I'm not trying to be, come down on Brother Jamal because I like him. I like that he has an opinion. I like to interact with him. But I don't agree with I don't think he understands how it comes across to other people. And I think even if it comes across as truthful, I don't know if he's not helping. It's actually, even though it may be deemed as being truthful, it gives off negative connotations to other people. And I think I don't think he understands that. I mean, the truth is the truth, but you don't want to be like saying stuff that people gonna look at like, wow, if your own father feel this way, well, what am I supposed to think? That's the thing that I'm looking at.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, let's be honest. I mean, that's what I would think. If somebody was trying to do something, but their own family members were saying, well, nah, he ain't doing this and this ain't right and that ain't right. I would be looking kind of sideways at that. That's just me. That's just me. I mean, everybody's different, but that's, that's how I would look at it. I'm like, if he thinks this way, should I think the same? Or should I think like somebody else? I mean, one would have to think twice if I know that somebody's father is saying things that are somewhat not, is not somewhat similar in the thinking of other people, you know, that's just what I think. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm right. I'm just giving my perspective. You know, my perspective is that it actually hurts it because people are looking for you in a sense to clarify. He's I'm not going. He just sent me a text. He Brother Jamal is a trip. I'm gonna just put it like this: the communication we just had was just reminding me I'm gonna say what I want to say, and you all can take it for what that means.
He needs to just go ahead and go seek a therapist and work out his issues on why he feels like he needs to stand in his son's limelight. He needs help. And if he gave which I know he's not a Pan-Africanist, I know he's not conscious, I know he don't really, for the most part, care about Black people as a collective. Because if he did, he
I
wouldn't be
wouldn't
trying
say
to.
that, Tiffany. Come on, Tiffany. I don't know.
Okay, we have a fundamental disagreement, my dear.
Okay,
but
okay.
I don't understand how he can put his mouth on a man like Dr. Johnson, and he's going all renegade, thinking he doing the right thing, and saying that the reason why he doing it because can't nobody tell him what to do. Well, if that's the case, you can understand that your son has that same personality. You can't tell him what to do. And if you would just sit down and maybe spend some time trying to attempt to maybe possibly building that rapport back, then you can talk to him offline. Even if you have something to say and you want to make sure you have a message to give to your son, you can email that message. You can text that message. You can even leave a voicemail on that message. You don't need to announce it on YouTube, because if your whole premise and your whole objective was to get that message out, you wouldn't need a YouTube audience to do it. And it really irritated me when he said that his son live on internet. That ain't true. His son don't live on the internet. How often
that is
Dr.
true.
Johnson?
Now,
How often
that
does
was
Dr. Johnson
something.
do a video?
Yeah, now that was something I was going to actually come on and talk about. That's not true. What happens is that there are people who know Umar Johnson's videos are popular. They post. Umar doesn't even have a channel. They post his videos. That's not. He can't do anything about that. You can't do anything about somebody wanting to post your son's videos. Now that to me,
Right.
I definitely wasn't in agreement with him saying that.
Right. And so he wants to get his whole premise, and this is how I know what he's saying is straight up bullshit. He say his whole premise is to get a message to his son, and if I could get him on the phone, he could talk to him. Well, if that's the case, send your son an email. He'll read it. You'll get your message across, and it'll be up to him whether or not he wants to adhere to your guidance. He can either choose to adhere to you, or he can choose to not to adhere to you. But you don't need the whole world to see your message, because your message can be misconstrued by these haters. He needs to fall back and be quiet.
Jamal tripping right now. I can't tell you. He tried to distract. He said he wasn't going to distract me, but he keeps sending out this shit. Okay, man. Worldwide, any comments?
Man, I'm just listening, man.
I'm
like I said, we pretty much talked on the last panel for a couple hours, so he pretty much know how I feel. He know how Tiffany feels, so all he got in his mind that he gonna do what the hell he want to do.
Yeah, that's really basically what it is at this point. He has in his mind, nobody gonna tell me what to do, and that's how he roll. I don't know what other way to say it. That's kind of how he flows. He likes to do things at his own, the way he wants to, and that's it. So what I really want to ask you all about, kind of just setting aside of what he's saying, I really wanted to discuss his strategy of what we should be doing at this particular march. He talked about having a picnic or something else outside of that, and you all were not in agreement with, at least Tiffany.
In the middle of December, a picnic in Delaware. in the middle of December. Barbecuing and eating outside in the middle of December. December.
Okay.
Whose idea was that?
Mr. Johnson's idea. He said instead of Dr. Johnson calling for his supporters to show up, he should have just guised it as a picnic and had all his come out for a cookout at the school. And if the protesters show up, then they're there. So it can look like it could be peaceful. A picnic in the middle of December.
What do you think about that worldwide?
He must have said that when the panel first started up. He must have said that. But why is like he went on these platforms and talked to these people way before we even came on the scene, to be honest with you, a lot of us. So what is he suggesting that they do? Why haven't he gave the same energy to the ones he talked to and had conversations with about saying, listen, leave my son alone. He's gone through enough. Leave that man alone. How come we haven't done that? How come we haven't advocated for that? He expects us to be like, to take the high road. I said, nah. I sat on YouTube, watched this shit for a couple years, and it shit get done. So I say, I'm getting involved now. Because when you do ignore it, that don't stop them. That shit fuel.
You're right about that. We've already taken the high road. We did that the last few years. Hello?
I hear you.
Okay, yeah, we've already taken the high road. I mean, how much higher road can we take? You got people in here slandering people. They slandered me. They slandered Tiffany. They slandered, Poetic Flocka. They slander all these people. They slandering UMAR.
Yo, it's fucked up how these. Listen, man. I've seen some of your YouTube pages. I can't believe your shit is down and their shit is still up.
Exactly. All the shit that they've done.
How is Ball Monty, Leonor Honors, Bengalis, ENJ, DMP, how are their pages still up? And yours is down for some bullshit.
Exactly.
Like their pages are clearly cyberbullying, harassment, stalking, ridicule, and their pages are still up.
Sexual harassment of one man trying to protect kids.
And they did way worse for way longer than me. I'm talking, they've done stuff way longer than me. Like, it ain't even close. And my channel gets shut down. To me, that was some BS. And to me, the fact of the matter is that, usually they'll flag you down and suspend you. They just straight up took the page altogether.
Right. They could have said, listen, we taking these. Why didn't they say, hey, take these videos down?
Yeah, no. They just told me straight up, you can't get it back. We've looked at your videos and it's done. Your appeal is denied. Straight up. And I'm like, damn. I'm like, shit. I mean, TC, I sent you the link, TC, so go ahead and check your email. You should have received it by now. So I'm talking Lennon Honor, lying, slander. Afro Anti-Spengali basically channel should have been shut down 3 years ago. All the lies and the false information and slander that she has given. I actually tried to get her channel shut down a year ago. I was unsuccessful. And I sent multiple things to them saying that what this woman is doing is lying. She lying about me having a license. She lying about me, doing some stuff under other people, under disguising as somebody else and shit. This lady should not be in and they wouldn't do shit about it. They wouldn't do shit about it. And I'm like, I do a few videos on YouTube of people truly saying what they did with Lennon Honor. My channel gets shut down.
That's crazy.
That my shit gets shut down real quick too. It wasn't no warning. At least that in the past they would at least give you a little warning or some shit, or tell you we're gonna suspend you for a week or shit. We'll give you tries, give you a chance to take the shit down. Nah, they just got rid of the shit. Just we done. Quick in a hurry, no questions asked. And so that's why I'm like this, man. Flag their channels. I don't give a damn. Every Lennon Honor, Anti-Afro, Gerald Palmer, flag the channel. If they have anybody's picture, like my picture, Tiffany picture, Umar Johnson, is lies. No matter what they're saying about these people, it's lies. Move on. Let's flag it. Flag everything. Flag every last one of them. I don't give a damn. I've been flagging all the videos. I flag every last one of them because all the information that they're giving is misleading and is not true. It's lie. You lying about other people, and you should not be able to get away with lying on other people. All you're doing is, you can't believe shit that they say. Not one goddamn thing.
And the crazy part about it is, like, imagine listen, Singali, that psycho bitch act like it wouldn't bother her. Her page got shut down. That bitch would be crying in the bed at night.
But this is unfortunate for her. This is all she got. This is it for her.
Yeah, so she act like it wouldn't bother her. Her page got shut down.
Yeah, this is all she has. This is like all she has.
Yeah.
If she didn't have this shit, she would have nothing. Like literally nothing.
Yeah.
And to me that shows how sad she is, because this lady is like in her 50s, late 50s or some shit. And this is all this is your claim to fame. You're trying to bring down another black man that's trying to help his community, and you're not even in our community. So why would you even care?
Right. And it's crazy the name Anti-Afro, meaning that I'm not black.
Yeah, she not.
What more do y'all need?
Well, Catherine said it best tonight. The reason why she cares is because she's a white supremacist who want to tear down an institution in the black community. Why would a white supremacist want African children educated and armed with the knowledge of Pan-Africanism? Why would she want that? Because those children are going to grow up and teach their children, and it's a complete game changer. These kids are going to dismantle the structure of white supremacy with each graduating class. Why would a white supremacist want that? That's why she's trying to tear it down. That's why she has a vested interest. That's why she cares. She doesn't give a damn about black children. She doesn't give a damn about people scamming. And let me tell you why I think so. Because if they really were the quote unquote anti-fraud warriors and they wanted to combat fraud in the black community, the loudest voice in the room roasting Lennon Honor should be Anti-Afro Svengali, because he defrauded people out of thousands of dollars on a cancer scheme for his son. If she really gave a damn about black dollars being manipulated, she should be picketing his front lawn and demanding that he return all that money that he stole when he went on there crying like Linus with a blanket, with his thumb in his mouth, begging for money because he's not man enough to provide for his own children. But no, that was a lie and that was a scam. And you hear that Afro Svengali is the quietest voice in the room. Thus, her and all her minions and her dick riders don't give a damn about fraud. They simply want to tear down a black man.
Yo, in the piggyback off of that, Tiff, D-Darrell.
Yeah.
I had a chance to see that video a couple of days ago when Lino Honor was crying like a bitch in his car because he had to work.
Yeah, because he went to I want to see my children.
He cried in the car because he couldn't spend time with his baby Martians. Like, motherfucker, go to work and provide for your family. You want to go on YouTube and do a video because you had to work 50, 60 hours. Well, you got 5 kids. What the fuck you expect? You got to work to provide for them, you idiot.
obviously he has a different value system. I never heard a man crying about working. Like literally, you crying because you want to go to work. You don't want to go to work so that you can spend more time with your children. I'm like, it's nothing wrong with that. But goddamn, man, I'm like, you a grown ass man. Like your job is to take care of your family. They not gonna, miss you. I mean, shit, you act like you're gonna be gone for weeks or some shit. Like literally, like
Right.
I'm like, who
Listen,
does
man.
this?
He was in that fucking car driving down the highway like he's about to be deployed to the army. Like, no, motherfucker, you just working. You're working like everybody else out here in society works.
I'm
That's
like,
a real
who
video?
does this?
Yeah.
It's really a video out there of him crying he had to go to work?
It's
Yeah.
a 4-minute video of him crying in the car because he had to go to work. He started talking about it. Then next you know, he started just breaking down like a bitch, crying. Telling me,
Man, he
I
was
don't want to go
crying.
to work. I want to be home with my babies. I want to be home with my Martians. I don't want to go to work.
See, that was on C-Rock's. Check out C-Rock's Smooth platform.
Yeah, then I watched
think it
him
was.
see, and then I went to the actual video on his page. It's still up. It's a couple
Yep.
years old.
So
It was.
we
It
got
was
him on
ridiculous.
camera. So he's been on
You said
camera
what?
twice crying?
Yes, he
Crying.
was driving on the highway going to work, and he was complaining about not being home to spend time with his kids, with his Martians. And he just started crying. Boo-hooing and shit on the highway.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And I'm looking at this motherfucker. I'm like, huh? Cause
You
you
would have
gotta go
thought
to
he
work.
was losing his children.
Like you got 5 fucking kids.
Yeah, shit. I
Of
be
course,
trying to get away. I be taking a break from my kids when I work.
His children are a beard. His wife is a beard. The reason why he busts 5 children out of that woman is to prove to her and himself and the community that he's not bending over and busting them cheeks open. He thinks that we can't see through that. And we can. C-Rock exposed it. TC exposed it. The fact of the matter is he's out there soliciting anal penetration from various people, from various, Tinder, Grinder website?
Yeah, grinder.
Exactly. He's trying to grind his penis in some anus, and he was exposed for doing so. So in order for him to make it look real, he has to pump those children into the world so nobody can question him and his anal activities.
and the crazy part about it is he has such feminine ways, like a woman.
Very, very.
His mannerisms and shit, like he gossip like a bitch. Come on.
Very, very feminine ways.
How did he get away with this shit though?
That's the part
Because,
man, he been on here so long. The people are gullible. They
beta males and they beta males and females on his page.
My God, he got too many chinks in his armor, man. Like,
and the thing that kills me is we can all see that his son's being sexually harassed by Lennon and being targeted and bullied and cyberbullied by Svengali and the Rainbow Reverend. But his daddy, you would think of all people, think about it. TC, D. Durrell, you guys are fathers. Mr. West, you're probably a father too. Think about this. If somebody was out there sexually harassing your son and launching smear campaigns for years because your son won't return the favor of being gay with them, as if, like, you can't bully somebody into being gay. People either they're gay or they're not. You can't bully them into being gay and being mad at them because they're not gay. Would you go out and side with and collude with those people going on their platform to discuss your son when you know they're sexually harassing your boy?
Wow.
Got a point.
Think about it. You guys are fathers. Think about it, TC. Somebody is sexually harassing your son, a man. He is sexually harassing your boy. Out there, your son can't even eat a piece of pizza or ice cream without him complaining about what's going in your son's mouth. Your son say he want to get a girlfriend or wifey resumes, and then this is going to do a 2-hour video complaining about your son taking a wife. Explain that to me.
Yeah, Lennon. I don't know. He probably would have had a bag over his head by now. But thank God that our brother Umar is strong. He is a strong brother. He's
Yeah,
a strong brother. Trust me, man. Like the tactics they've been using, I don't know how many people would have been able to sit through that, man. I mean, without making a bad decision. You know,
Yeah.
like that dude, man. I mean, for 2 years, 2 3 hours, 3 times a week. That's why I hold no sympathy for him. My documentary dropping on the first too. Like,
Oh, really? I gotta see that on the first, huh?
yeah, I'm gonna pick on him. I'm gonna do the same thing he been doing with Umar. I have
that's
no
why.
problem
That
building.
listen,
I have
bro.
no problem building. I have no problem building a channel just picking on this coward.
Bruh, that's why I'm going
That
out now because he go too far. He
he
go
go too
too
far.
far. Stop talking about Dr. Umar's daughters. Don't even mention them. He think because he's not talking about them actually. Like don't reference his children. Don't mention his children. Period. Don't make reference to him. You're talking about him. You're talking about his daughters. Don't reference them. Every
Right.
time you do it, I'm gonna come at your cock-eyed Martian. Stop it.
Man, he out of pocket, man.
Yeah.
He out of
So
pocket.
I want to tell you what brother Jamal just propositioned me on. Guys, I'm sorry, but he said put it out. So I'm gonna go ahead and put it out. This is what brother. I want Tiffany. I want you to listen to this, okay? You listening, Tiffany? Tiffany.
Yes, sir, I am. I'm here. Go ahead,
Okay.
talk. I'm here.
All right. So brother Jamal just told me to put this out. He said, I have a proposition. Tell Umar to stop engaging in this crap and let y'all handle the YouTubers and I'll shut up. Is that a deal? Miss
No.
Tiffany and Worldwide asked me to do so, and that's all I ask.
Okay,
What
let
you
me
say?
address his daddy.
So he
Mr.
want the
Johnson, I
YouTube.
know you're listening to this, but I need you to hear me out. It is not my job as his student to tell Dr. Johnson to do any goddamn thing. He is an adult, he is a male, he is an alpha male. It's not my job to tell him what to do, and I wouldn't do that. Okay. First and foremost, sir, you don't need your son. If you're a leader, you don't need your son to do anything for you to respond. You should just fall back for the sake of falling back because your words and your actions are negating his mission, whether you want to believe it or not. You need to fall back. And no, I will not go up to Dr. Johnson and tell him to do anything. That would be disrespectful. And I have way too much respect for the man to order him around. Thank you.
What did he say to do? What did he say?
He said for Umar to fall back and let the YouTubers like us handle the Spengali stuff and the Lennon honors, and he fall back. And if he do that, then he'll be quiet.
Mm.
So he want the YouTubers to handle the YouTubers, and Dr. Johnson focus on his mission.
Yeah.
Man. I mean, listen, I'm gonna play my part. I'm going at all of them, but I can't tell Umar what to do.
Right.
You sure can. I
I
mean,
tried though. I tried to tell him. I tried to, say make a video and said, hey, uh, this one it was me and Flacco, and me and Flacco, we was like, hey, we'll bomb on them. Let us handle it, and let Dr. Johnson handle his business. I tried to,
Right.
but I don't know. Like he don't have to listen to us. He don't have to listen to us at all. Unfortunately, um,
yeah. I mean
I just want
that's
I just
his.
want I just want the school to open up and let these cyber bums like have to like really go out here and work for what they got to do, man. Like I really just want the school to open up, man. I really do.
Same here.
Yeah, the
I
school's
live
mutual.
I live close to Delaware. I got My oldest is 21, and my next oldest is 12 years old. So I got 6 other boys that could attend that school, man. Like,
Man, there's so many kids that could benefit from a school like this. I mean, to me, the thing about it, man, is that obviously there's some legitimacy in regards to this school causing fear. Other people have to do these types of things. And to me, this is a thing that as a black community, we have to understand in order for us to become a free and independent people, this is what we're going to have to go through. Every time that we want to do something that's exclusive of other people giving us something or depending on other people, this is the kind of responses you're going to get. This is because other people, they don't want us, like Tiffany talked about. That goes against the fact of keeping white supremacy as white supremacy. When we start doing things that can really fight and minimize white supremacy, other people fail to bend. They can't capitalize on that. But my thing is this: as a people, we can't continue to function knowing that our dysfunction strengthens other people. We have to learn to get above that. And if it means we have to go through this BS that we have to go through simply for somebody trying to open up a school, then that's just basically the price we're gonna have to pay. We understand what we have to go through, and that's just gonna be part of the path. That's how I'm looking at it at this point, because the brother has never said anything negative about anybody. And notice this, guys. Everything that people talk about negative about Umar Johnson was usually something personal that had nothing to do with the school itself. When you talk about the stuff with the conscious stripper, that was personal. That's none of my business. I don't give a damn who Umar having sex with. That's none of my business. I don't care I don't care the issues with his kids and the children's mothers. That is none of my business. What do they have to do with the school? You see, all of these things in which people are trying to demonize his character and so on, I care less about that because it has nothing to do with the school. I'm focused on the actual project, the goal. That is not going to deter me from supporting anybody because he has issues getting along with his children's mother. Shit, that's something that everybody, I mean, who doesn't in those type of situations where you're co-parenting don't run into some issues at some time? That's pretty that's just prevalent in our community in itself. I mean, that happens. I'm not going to stop donating because of that. Anybody's thoughts?
Nah, you're right. I agree with you.
Yeah. So
I don't care who Dr. Johnson sleeps with. I honestly don't give a damn how it's done and what position or where it's done or with whom. I don't care. No more than he gives a damn who I sleep with. That has nothing to do with his mission of protecting children. Not even understanding why that even came to the forefront. But the only reason, in my opinion, that it did is because she was a bitter ass bitch, mad because he didn't want a relationship with her. And I'm talking about Kim, the strip hoe. That's who I'm talking about. And I don't give a damn if she comes on this live or whatever. My point is that you cannot, and this goes to her, bully a person into being with you. If they want you, they do. And if they don't, they don't. If your self-esteem was on point, Miss Stripper, you wouldn't have never came for him. You would have understood and respected the fact that the man wasn't interested in a long-term romantic relationship, and you would have kept it pushing. But you did the extras. And that shit is unnecessary. And it goes back to the same people, the sexual harassers of Dr. Johnson, who are mad because he's not gay and they want him. And it's okay to be attracted to somebody. I'm sure there's a lot of people, as actually, not that I'm sure, I actually know that there's a lot of people out there attracted to Dr. Johnson. He's a handsome man, but that doesn't mean that you can bully him into wanting you. And I really believe that they take the fact that Dr. Johnson is a gentleman because he doesn't go around bashing women. There's women that flirt with him all the time, and you never see him throwing them under the bus. And they take that as a weakness. And that's why this whole smear campaign by the the Rainbow Reverend and Lemon has went as far as it did, because he just never gave them any energy. He's just like, oh, okay, some men are attracted to me, whatever. I guess that comes with the territory, being a public figure. But these people are like literally with some sort of disconnect, along with being instruments of white supremacy, where it's just gone too far, and he has a right to defend himself and fight back. And people are sitting up here vilifying him for being irritated with being harassed. Now that to me just simply does not make sense.
It doesn't. No, it doesn't make any sense. Like, nobody should have to put up with that. Nobody. And for some reason, people think that you should. It's okay to put up with that, and I don't get that. Nobody should want to put up with that at all. But this is the world we in. People are, thinking that the certain rules apply to certain people. I'm sorry, C-Rock. Let me send that again. I'm trying to send C-Rock a pic, and I mean, not a pic, but a.
And while you're doing that, let me address Mr. Johnson one more time, because I hear India made an excellent point in the chat. She said, and I have to quote you, India, I wish you would jump on this chat. I just adore your commentary. But she said, for the sake of the fact that Dr. Johnson has a lot of people in these YouTube streets that are behind the scenes and in the forefront defending him, as well as going the paperwork route that my sister Catherine was saying, can he at least shut the hell up and fall back on that point alone? Now, India didn't say shut the hell up. This is just me saying shut the hell up. But
okay.
For the sake of that alone, that he has cogs and wheels in the making behind closed doors, as well as in YouTube, can he just fall back on that point alone and let us deal with it? And when I say us, I mean the collective support system for Dr. Johnson. Just stop. Just be quiet and stop. Focus on your mission and your movement and your activism, and leave him alone. Respectfully, sir, I am asking you not to make no public statements in regards to how you feel about your son. If you really need to get it off your chest, send him an email or send him a text message and leave it alone. You are supposed to be, since you were talking about what your job is as a father, let me tell you what also your job is as a father. If you are loyal to your child, you are supposed to be a united front. There's a lot of haters out there that are harassing him for sexual harassment, all kind of types of harassment. If you could just be quiet, okay? Even if you disagree, that part right there is irrelevant. Just shut up and let us deal with it. If you could just be quiet.
I agree. This is C-Rock. Smooth. Peace, y'all.
What's up,
Greetings,
C-Rock?
C-Rock. Greetings,
What's up,
sir.
C-Rock?
Yo.
Maintaining. I agree. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna tell you this right from the bottom of my heart. When I saw his father come out and speak against him, that shit hurt me, yo. So I can only imagine what that made Dr. Johnson feel. I do agree that we should handle his drama. Tiff, as I told you before, I made that suggestion, okay, that we handle it and he stays focused on the mission. He shouldn't have to address anything attacking him. He should be able to sit back and watch us attack for him.
Right.
And I feel like the reason why he spoke up on his own behalf is because he didn't feel like the online presence was attacking effectively. So, yes, I do believe he should leave everybody out of his lives. Let the trolls is always going to pull up. He knows that, we know that, but he should never, ever respond to anything negative in that chat. He should just stay focused on the message. And we're already watching, so we already know who to go get and do research on and see if we can, expose something about somebody. I am totally in agreement with his father on that. Let Dr. Johnson focus on the mission, and we focus on the trolls. He has way more to lose than all of us. that project is going to be something when it's successful. I'm going to speak this into existence. When it is successful, that school is going to be there longer than we're going to be on this earth. So we have to take this responsibility to deal with the troops on the ground as he deals with the big problem, which is the government. That's what he speaks against. We speak against the coons and the trolls. He should just focus on the government and what's good for the boys. He needs to totally let some time go by without him acknowledging none of these people, because none of these people even deserve to be acknowledged. They should have never been acknowledged, but it gave them life and relevance. But if he just leave them out for enough time, and then they just have to deal with us, I would be happy, and I'm pretty sure he would be happy. But we have to be effective. You know, we can't do different things that would allow Facebook to, allow YouTube to take our channels down. The homosexual talk, let me tell y'all something about the homosexual talk. That is one of those situations where they could just get rid of you immediately, because homosexuals own YouTube, homosexuals own Hollywood, homosexuals own banks, homosexuals own institutions, homosexuals are making laws in America, they're taking laws in America, they're doing everything in America. We do not hate homosexuals, we disagree with them. You cannot play with that. It's without a shadow of it. The Catholic Church is ran by homosexuals. I mean, this shit is not no game. Homosexuals have literally taken over America. And they started with Barack Obama's presidency. He opened up the gates for all of this that's going on right now. But once again, we don't hate homosexuals. We disagree with them. All right? So we have to be very careful about that. If we say something and we don't have absolute proof, we have to say allegedly, even though some of y'all might not like that word allegedly, but the people can look at the videos and they can form their own opinions. We don't have to just say a bunch of shit and just leave it like that. Sometimes you have to say allegedly. And let this be a learning lesson. D, what happened exactly? What was the email for their reason? Because we all need to use this as a teaching moment so that this can't happen to us. Because we can always build you back up like how we're doing right now, coming on your show, shouting you out, supporting you. What exactly did they do? What was their like first and last, and just say that's it?
Okay. Well, first of all, they didn't give me no warning. They basically emailed me the first time at like 3 a.m. in the morning. So I didn't really check the email till like about 8:30 that morning, 5 hours later, where I saw the email was dated early in that morning at around 3:20, 3 o'clock, something like 3:20 a.m., in which it said that we're shutting down your channel. We have to terminate your channel because certain content on here shows that your content reflects hate speech, and also said that some of the content that I stated was putting other people's life or safety, putting their safety at risk, which I didn't. I'm like, I didn't understand that at all, because I'm like, I didn't understand that one bit. So those were the two things that they criticized my content for. That they said that it was some of the stuff can be defined as hate speech, and they felt like some of the information was putting someone at risk.
All right, now they did the same thing to me in the past, but they told me exactly what video that I had got in trouble for. Did they tell you what video? Because I think the last video, they didn't even tell you?
They didn't even tell me. They just shut it down.
All right, well, listen, I had a gut feeling about the lip gloss one and the shiny lip one. I had a very, very strong gut feeling that something was going to go down with that one. I was at work, so I wasn't able to chime in like I wanted to, but I feel like that was the one where they probably tried to say, it was some kind of hate speech against the homosexual community. Cannot do that. That right there, they do not fuck around with that. Now, that was right on the edge where, they could say, all right, that's it, move in. You know what I mean? These people that run YouTube, they are not for the heterosexual community. They are for the gay community. And that's okay, because we're using their platform. We can't disagree with it. We don't have our own platform. That's why brothers is working avidly. Like my people, they are over here in Massachusetts. They're in MIT right now. And they are working avidly to get a platform that can hold a lot of traffic, that we can call our own, and we can create our own guidelines and do what we want. Okay, so we're working that over here at MIT. I got brothers that are young brothers, and they're very intelligent. They know all about the technology and everything, how to code and everything. So they already working on that over here. But right now, while we're using their platform, you have to be very careful about that. Now, Gerald Palmer, he's already trying to push the envelope that I'm doing something to him, but I know what the fuck I'm doing. So when he puts my videos, when he sends my videos to YouTube, they're like, well, he is like, you know, hinting, but it's not hate. They can't say it's hate. Because I don't. I got my female best friend. She's a lesbian. We go find women together. Right? That's probably TMI, but you know, I'm single, goddammit, and I don't claim to be celibate. Yeah, I'm in what I call the whole 5-step program. All right, so I'm just I'm fucking around, but that's it. So we got to be very careful about that, and they can't touch us. And just say allegedly every once in a while if you think that it would sound like slander or something like that, just say allegedly. And then that seals the whole deal. Put it in your description. If you don't say it in the video, put it in the description. This is alleged information. I have a strong feeling about this, and I'm just voicing my opinion. And that's it. And they can't do shit.
Well, C-Rock, listen, the Rainbow Reverend did a 10-minute video on us both, saying that he's not connected at all. He said he is not nowhere near connected to NAMBLA, and that it was all made up and it's lies.
I saw the video.
Yeah,
he did another video.
Not. I haven't seen the second one. I saw the one he did, and he said he's going to take legal action because that's defamation of character and it's all lies that we made it up. I didn't make up anything. I didn't even know that until I heard you say it. Like, that right there is alarming. That says so much about why they're doing what they're doing if the people on that side are hooked up with NAMBLA. Like, that says a lot about what it all makes sense, you know.
Right. Well, look, in that very video that he showed, if you didn't listen to it again. I said, I'm glad you cleaned that up, because we do not have irrefutable evidence that he's a pedophile or that he is XYZ. So I cleaned it up right in the video. Nobody's saying that we have absolute proof. So I already said that in the video. We have nothing to worry about. I don't fuck around. I got a lot to protect over here. So I made it very clear in that same video. You go back and listen to it. We do not have irrefutable evidence that he is doing XYZ. We just have a strong feeling and an inclination that that's what's going on. So we ain't got nothing to worry about, no goddamn lawsuit. They're going to throw that shit out. He going to spend money, because you got to spend money to sue people. A lot of people don't know that. You don't just walk into there, somebody hurt my feelings and slandered me, I want to sue. They're like, okay, well, this is how much it costs to sue. And the more you sue for, the more the cost is in your lawsuit. So he can go and spend that. I think it's like, I don't know. It's a lot of money to sue somebody.
You believe that, boy? You believe that shit? He just gathering money to spend on himself. He probably needs some Christmas money. That dude ain't getting money.
He's out here moist. He's out here moist tricking.
Yeah, he gotta go for a Cash App, GoFundMe. They out here, they scamming, man. They ain't collecting no money from no lawyer. These dudes are scheming. They ain't doing that. Come on, man. Like, really, like, stop it. I don't. Nah. They the scam artists over there. Same thing Lennon did with his house. Same thing Lennon did with his house. Same thing he did when he said his son had cancer. And they just finding ways to skim some money. He got one hand in his pocket and the other hand on his dick. Get out of here. Nah, I don't believe
that. Yo, I'm so happy that Anti-Afro slipped up and said that Flacco had something to do with the situation, because he's right. She slipped all the way up because she didn't say allegedly. That's the name of the game. If you don't say allegedly, that's your ass. And he already got the recording of her doing it. So she couldn't even make it private and get away with it now. She's already on the hook. And she's on the hook for prior shit that she's been saying. You see what I'm saying? So she's fucked. We already know what her name is. We know what she looks like. I even believe we have an address, because I believe he's going to mail the summons to court to her. And when she comes out, you don't think Flacco's going to be filming the whole shit? Yo, she's gonna be pretty soon. We're gonna see her on YouTube run into her car covering her face. She's fucked. She's fucked because he got
About
enough
time.
money.
What
You
car?
gotta have stamina
What
to
car?
be in court. You
What
gotta have,
car?
huh?
She
Huh?
make $15 an hour living in California. What car would she be riding to? You mean walking to the bus?
That or
She's
maybe a
broke
smart
bitch.
car. I think she might have
Yeah.
a smart car, Tiff.
Shit, you know how much the gas costs in California?
Exactly.
That's gonna be difficult.
Hey, listen, man, she better go try to be in the next Tyler Perry movie or something. I don't know what the fuck she gonna do, but that DA's office is gonna have to let her go, or it's gonna be a lawsuit just for allowing her to break company policy. And that's she is a what they call it, a public servant. If you work for the DA, that's federal. You are a public servant, so she couldn't sue us for exposing her if she wanted to because the government's office already put her on the website. It's public information. She's fucked. There's nothing she can do to us. Zero. She's really fucked. And I don't even feel sorry for the bitch. I'm waiting to see this bitch running in and out of court trying to cover her face. Because, Flack is going to film the whole shit.
Yeah, and I have a lawsuit that I'm filing against her that's long overdue.
Yeah, you should have been did that. Remember when we first met? And I'm like, bro, you be allowing the trolls to do too much. You got to block these niggas. You got to sue them. Somebody got to make an example. Now, once we take, y'all call her AAS, I call her ASS. Once we take ass down, everybody's going to scatter because she's the fucking head. Once you chop off the head, the body has no choice but to fall.
Yeah, slender Afro Spengali. That's what I call her. Because all she does is slander people. That's all she does. That's it. She's slender, man.
Very demonic. She's a very demonic white woman. She's racist. It's clear that the black community is not something that she cares about. All she cares about is destroying progress. And that's agent behavior. I said she was a government agent before I even knew that she worked for the DA. I listened to her vernacular, the words that she uses, and how she talks about, I'm going to report this and I'm going to report that. And I'm like, damn, bitch, you reporting shit more than Fox News. Yo.
What's the case that Flock got on it though?
She said that he had a direct he was directly involved in that vandalism over there in Atlanta. Wow. That's his case against her right now. Yeah, she said it on tape. She's fucking stupid. See, this is the thing about assholes, right? You let an asshole speak long enough, eventually they're going to say something that's going to bite them in the ass. You just let them talk.
Yeah, just let them talk. She had a good online for a while, too. I think she got comfortable.
She really did because she had no resistance. Yeah. And now she even got on the other day and said that YouTube is telling me that y'all are trying to take my videos down. She is totally shocked. Now, listen, what she's trying to do is get people to believe that if that channel gets taken down, right, that it's not going to hurt her. That's a fucking lie because that channel has a following. Even if she's not monetized, she still is high in the algorithm when it comes to Umar Johnson shit. She's still high in the algorithm. So we have to knock that page down and make her go to the smaller page where she has to start from scratch like D. Durrell. Now, she's not going to have motherfuckers that's going to come save her. She ain't got that kind of following. A lot of people just, matter of fact, Flacco said, I was watching Flacco shit. I think, Tiff, you was there. The bitch that said her shit was boring, I was dying. She said, I can't watch her shit. Her shit is boring.
Oh, so
Tiff, you remember that?
Is her page not monetized on purpose, or is it a reason why her page isn't monetized? Like, what is it? Like, did YouTube not fuck with her, or did she choose?
When you're not monetized, you get away with a lot more shit than when you're on the payroll.
I know that. Yeah.
Yeah, they letting her fuck around underground because YouTube is looking for her white ass to go ahead and get monetized. Now, but she's not trying to do it because she don't want to be on the radar. She knows right now she's right here in this community, right? She doesn't want to reach too far out of this community, because the more people that follow her, the more people that can expose her, the more people that can backlash. Bitch is smart. I'm not gonna lie. The white bitch is smart. That's a smart bitch. That bitch is woo. She's
all right,
smart.
so she didn't get monetized by choice, right? Basically,
Right.
what you're saying. Yeah.
She might have. It might have been some strikes, because sometimes you can get some strikes, and they'll stop you from being eligible for about 90 days. So she probably got some strikes, and she probably on her last strike, and she probably just trying to chill out a little bit for 90 days. But she's still wilding. So she thinks she gonna kill herself, y'all. Let her just kill her. Well, no. We gotta kill her. Not literally, but yeah.
I heard her switch up her tone just a little bit yesterday. She said that Umar got the right to run a nonprofit, and he got the right to solicit the donations. He just needs to be more transparent. I'm like, what? Like, when did she start talking like this?
Yeah, she got scared, T. She getting scared now, bro, because I think she received that summons. Because
Okay.
Flacco fucking flew all the way to her state, because when you do a lawsuit, you have to do it in the state where the person lives that you're suing. This motherfucker's on airplanes. Flacco ain't fucking playing, dog.
And that's why she don't
Okay,
want his name on her channel no more.
I'm gonna throw something out there, and you guys can go ahead and tell me if I'm reaching. But I just need y'all. I need to ask y'all this question, gentlemen. That talking point that she made, C-Rock, where she said he needs to be more transparent. It's the exact same thing that Mr. Johnson said tonight. Do you think, and do you guys, or am I reaching when I say that he's had some conversation with her? Because I'm not too far-fetched to believe that he might be colluding and talking to her behind lines.
Who talk? Oh, you talking about the father?
Yes.
I don't trust him. I don't even think Dr. Johnson trusts him. His behavior says that he does not deserve to be trusted.
Facts,
and I respect him, man, because he gave birth to one of the greatest black leaders in our time. And the fact that he don't want to celebrate that and honor that, it tells me something's up with him. Like his father's trying to get too much attention. I think
Thank you.
This is what
Thank you.
Yeah. His father, Dr. Johnson, forgive me, but his father's an attention whore. And I feel like his father's trying to get people, because I saw something where he was trying to teach on YouTube. Like, bruh, your son's good, man. Just support your son. You know? So I don't trust his father. I'm sorry. Hey, Mr. Johnson, if you listen to this, I don't trust you, man. You're not being loyal to your son. If you can't be loyal to something that came out of your penis, then who the hell can trust you that didn't come from it? I'm sorry. I can't deal with the guy. That pissed me off, and I know it had to piss Dr. Johnson off, because I wanted to talk to his father when I saw that fucking video. I said, how the hell can you be a part of a team that's trying to destroy your son? That is sick to me. I don't give a fuck what my son say. I will never join the opposition to destroy my own seed. I don't give a fuck if my son put his hands on me. Then we're just gonna box and may the best man win. But I will never join the enemy. I would never. Who knows what could happen to Dr. Johnson? I'm ready to ride if anything happened, God forbid. But what the fuck is his father trying to prove?
Excellent point, C-Rock. And the fact that, and I don't know if this makes a difference, but you're 1000% correct, C-Rock. The fact that the people that are harassing your son are sexually harassing him because their members, they want him to be gay, furthermore, adds salt to the wound. And you can go ahead and speak directly, freely, because Mr. Johnson is in the chat commenting about what we're saying right now.
Well,
So I agree
then
with
he heard
you,
what I just said. I'm not taking back nothing I just said. If this is your son, Mr. Johnson, this is he's probably not even a Johnson, but this is your son, bro. Why the hell would you join it? It is his name. He is a Johnson?
His name is Mr. Jamal Johnson.
Okay, Mr. Johnson. Okay, he's a Johnson. Why would you do this shit, man? Listen, there's one thing you need to understand about YouTube. Once you upload something, it's out there forever, bro. It's out there forever. That is your son, man. I would never, in my work, even if I have a child and it's gay and my child is a murderer. I will never speak against my child. I would chastise my child in private, but I would never come out and say I have a problem with my child. These people they have gotten hundreds of thousands of views off of his father. That was one of the nails that they tried to put in the coffin. The coffin is still cracked. It's not closed. It's not closed, but it's still cracked. But they almost sealed the fucking coffin on Dr. Johnson after they heard his father. That shit fucking killed me.
Thank
That
you.
shit
That's
killed
the only thing I've been saying.
Directly on the phone.
He wants you
Say
to
that
call
again?
him. Have Mr. Johnson, why don't you call in on this panel so you can speak directly to C-Rock, because C-Rock, I mirror everything what you were saying.
Yeah, Mr. Johnson, just email the link, show him the link so he can email it, and I'll talk to you. But a private conversation, I'm not trying to do anything private because this is a public discussion. This is a public issue. We need to do this. Maybe he can come back. Maybe he can come on and tell people, you know what? Maybe I shouldn't have done that. I don't know what he wants to say, but send him a link, D. Darrell. Just put it in the chat.
He's not gonna do that, C-Rock, because he's unapologetic for what he's done. His father is completely unapologetic for going on that platform. He's unapologetic for his public comments about his son. He's everything you said about how he should be speaking to him in private. Mr. Johnson's response is that his son won't talk to him. I said, send your son an email or a text. Don't come publicly talking about him with the enemy. That's all I'm saying. But he won't. I'm telling you, he's not listening to reason and logic right now, sir.
All right, well, if this guy, if he wants to have a private conversation, it's not going to happen.
He wants me to give you his number.
I'm not going to speak to him privately. It has to be a public conversation because he went public and he put out toxic information about his son. He need to come out publicly and say that either he was wrong or he can come out and say he stands on it. But either way, there's no private conversation because almost, I want to say 500,000 people saw him say his son was wrong. And his son didn't do shit. But what let me tell you what Dr. Johnson is guilty of, okay? Because everybody think I'm 100% on his side. I'm 90%. This is the 10% that I disagree with. And I understand, though, because I have a temperament myself. Dr. Johnson just got upset and he got tired of being fucking attacked for trying to do something for black people. We deter black people from wanting to help black people. That's a conversation that needs to be had. Black people deter black people from wanting to help black people by this bullshit that we doing to Dr. Johnson. Who the fuck would want to come out knowing from the history that you're going to be attacked for coming out? When white people come out to help white people, they are hailed high and they're praised and they are put in positions where they can do more than what they actually wanted to do in the beginning. But when a black man comes out, the first people that attack the black man is a black person. And white people just sit back, the racist white people, they sit back and they fucking laugh and say, damn, I was just about to try to slander this guy, but damn, these Negroes are doing an excellent job, aren't they, Bobby? We got to stop being our own worst enemy. I haven't even started teaching on my channel yet, and I be telling people that. I have yet to start teaching. I just did a little bit of teaching when I did the video, the part 2, when he was Dr. Johnson versus Yvette in Tyreek. I started to teach on that. I did about 40 minutes of teaching on that, but I haven't taught shit yet. I just been co-signing people I agree with. I haven't taught shit yet. I'm getting ready to go all the way into teaching because we need to understand that we are our worst enemy. Nobody in the black community is more dangerous to black people than black people. And we got to stop that shit because they programmed us to be like this. They programmed us to come out here and hate each other because of our complexion. Hey, and you can speak proper English and get insulted by another black person because they'll say you sound white. That means that you believe that a black person cannot speak proper English at all. That's a sickness. That's an illness that you can't speak proper English. Listen, somebody told me that I use too many big words. You know how ignorant that shit is?
I got that same critique.
Yeah, yo, Tiff, I ain't going front. Your vernacular is impeccable. Well, you got me using words that I would use. Your vernacular is like Stephen A. Smith. Like he use a new word every episode just to show motherfuckers I'm still out here reading dictionaries and shit. Yo, we gotta attack what's going on in our community first. Once we neutralize what's going on in our community, then we can look outside. But we have to look in the mirror and say, look, we are responsible for our success and we are responsible for our failures. Matter of fact, I think this is the first show where y'all got me teaching. I ain't even playing this shit. But this
You
is the
better speak that
goddamn truth.
You better
Yes,
tell it, baby. Come on.
this shit better go viral because we need to hear this. We have been the worst enemy to ourselves. And this is the thing I hate. White people shit on us, and black people have been the best helper to white people since America started. And they got a goddamn nerve to tell us that they don't like us. And we are shitting on each other. Why? Why are we shitting on each other? And why are we so fast to help white folks? That's the shit that I be looking at from a distance. This has got to stop. White people need to sit back and say, you know what? We wouldn't have this shit if it wasn't for black people. And black people need to sit back and say, we don't have shit because we hurt each other. This is a conversation that needs to be had in all communities. Everybody who came into America, they built their kingdom on our back. And we give them our money willingly because nobody black wants to own shit so we can bounce our money in our communities. Everybody say black people ain't got no community. That's a goddamn lie. Every ghetto is all black. Every suburb is all white. We're already together. We already got our own communities. We need to take over the communities. That's what needs to be done. This is the shit that I've been waiting to say, and I'm glad I'm able to say it tonight. I'm on fire right now. I don't like this shit. We need to stop. That man talking about his son like that shit killed me.
You are on fire, C-Rock, but I want you to know, and I need you to expound on this because I'm loving you tonight. The reason why Mr. Johnson, and by the way, D. Darrell, he's in the comment section wanting the link badly. So if you can text it.
I'm trying to find his email right now.
Okay, sir, C-Rock, please explain that the whole reason why Mr. Johnson came out against Dr. Johnson is because Mr. Johnson is off code. He is off code. We have to stay on code. The only way we are going to have upward mobility in the race, the number one foundation is code.
Right. All right. So let me expound on that. Okay. We can look. Okay. We're talking about, let me give a modern example. Now, you have the locks. You got Sheik Luch. You got Jadakiss. You got Styles P. Right? These motherfuckers done had ample arguments internally, but nobody in the general public ever knew about it. They never knew that there was arguments that was going on in their camp, but they don't do this shit where the public can see it. That's the way we have to be. Now, white folks just got messy during this debate. Biden and Trump, they got real messy. That was one of the first times we got to see white folks argue in a manner that is totally underneath the standards of how white people have conducted themselves in the past. White folks is getting messy. That's how you know America's in trouble. When white folks start doing this, shut up. Why don't you shut up, Trump? When you see a motherfucking white man talk to a president like that, because the code says, even though you don't like him, he's still in higher rank and you must respect him. This man has broken Masonic rules. This shit is getting out of control. But we have to understand this. I told you I made the code. Now, everybody said stay on code. Tyreek said stay on code. Everybody was saying stay on code, the Black Authority. I said, well, what the fuck is the code? So I had to make the code. The code is this. If you disrespect one of us, you disrespect all of us. That's the code that they've been using against us since America started. And that's the code that we're going to use to rise our people up out of this situation. It's got to be a we thing. It can't be a me thing. You know, we all trying to go up the ladder by ourselves. But when you go up the ladder by yourself, once you get to the top, you're surrounded by people that will eat you alive if you do not follow protocol. We got to go up that ladder together. So it's like, okay, my sister Tiff, she made it up the ladder, but I'm right here up the ladder with her. Now you got two people you got to destroy. But we got to go up this ladder together, y'all. And the only way to go up this ladder together is by black businesses being started. We got to start buying real estate. The wealth gap is over 230,000 on average, right? So you got white folks that the white family is 240,000 on average. And you got the black family is $8 on average. I did the research and I found out that gap is from white folks having a house in their family that they pass from generation to generation. That house is what created the gap, the value of the house. We don't have shit that we pass. We don't pass houses to our children. That's an issue. If we have children and they come in this world and they have the value of that house, from the equity on that house, they could decide to go to college. They could decide to start a business. They could decide to invest in an invention that they've made. They can do everything with the equity out of that house. We need, even if it's a small house, even if your house is only worth $150,000, you could still have an equity of $30,000 to $40,000 that could still start a business from the house. We have to get houses. We have to start businesses. I say get the house, because a business can fail. A house will always maintain its value, and you can always borrow from your house for whatever ideas that you have, or someone that you know that has an idea that you trust is going to be successful. You can use your equity and fund someone else's dreams. We're doing this shit the wrong way. You don't got to go to college for this shit. I graduated with a C- average. You don't need college. You need common sense. You need instincts. You need discernment. And we can all do this shit, man. We was inventing shit in slavery. We don't need that just proved right there. We was inventing shit when we were slaves. They didn't even let us go to school. You need common sense. You need a vision, and you need the know-how and the drive to make it happen. That's it.
Now, who are the
Well
trolls?
said, my
Everybody
brother.
complaining.
Well
Somebody
said.
complaining about. Somebody complaining about trolls. Who are they complaining about? I can't watch everything. I'm doing a million things, and I'm trying to do some backstage stuff. So what's going on in the chat that everybody complaining about?
Okay, you got
No,
a
don't
whole
give it no attention. Don't give it no attention.
Okay, the whole chat is infested with trolls, especially when C-Rock was dropping them jewels. So
Let
you
him go.
definitely need to give me a wrench or something so I can take care of this, because it's just it's disrespectful. The man ain't saying nothing
All right,
wrong.
listen, y'all. Let them talk. Listen, the troll's job is to distract and deter the conversation. We let that happen last time. We're not going to ever do that again. That's a learning moment also. We never let anybody who comes into this movement that's not loyal to the movement into these conversations ever again. Let them talk. They can talk about scamming and everything.
When we go to their side, they don't allow us to speak it out. They'll block you so quick. So they shouldn't be in
we
here
should do that over here.
you. Right. That's what I'm saying. I need a wrench.
I don't know what's going on, man. It's not allowing me. I was able to give C-Rock. You actually have a wrench.
Yeah, you saw. I was like, what the fuck? He made me a moderator. I'm like, man, send the link.
Yeah, but it allowed me. Man, this thing. I'm trying to do a million things, and it's not allowing me to do what I need. I got some functional issues going on right now, and it's not allowing me to do.
Let the trolls talk, y'all. Y'all listen. Just like I told Dr. Johnson, let them talk, y'all. Let them talk. Listen, once we end this live, all of that shit is dead. All of it's dead. People gonna sit here and they're gonna listen to the footage. They're gonna listen to what it said, and they're gonna make a decision. Let the trolls have a field day in that shit. Fuck the trolls. I got trolls on my page. Did y'all notice I don't delete none of the trolls? I just read a comment about a nigga said that I was Dr. Johnson's baby daddy. You know what I did? I thought that shit was hilarious. I told him, I was like, nigga, I'll give you credit for that. That shit was hilarious. Listen, don't listen. The only thing, okay, the trolls' goal is to hurt your fucking feeling. I'm a fucking comedian. This is hilarious. I'm Dr. Johnson's baby daddy now. Let these motherfuckers talk. Fuck them. Who cares? That's just hilarious to me. That's material to me.
I mean, they've accused me of being. Oh, okay. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Your brother Jamal is here, so go ahead, speak. You know, you wanted to make a comment.
C-Rock, that's your name.
What's
Mr.
up, bro?
C-Rock. How you doing?
Good,
First
and you?
of all, I don't appreciate you assaulting me like that, but that's all right. Look, I think you're pretty intelligent. I listened to your conversation. I said that when I first heard you talking until you devolved into, calling me names and stuff like that. It's not necessary. I don't necessarily see things the way y'all do. And, that's okay. You said that I had gone on and attacked my son. I'm sure that's the way you saw it, even though the other side said I sided with him. So it's like, y'all see it one way, they see it the other way. I've got to see it my way. And even though you don't agree, and I know Umar doesn't agree, he knows what I want. And I'm not telling him what to do, but I know that he also knows that in spite of what you or anyone else may think, I've got his intentions number one in my life more than anybody else that he thinks does. So, if you are as stringent on the way that you spoke about me earlier because of what you've seen and heard, I just hope you know one thing. Yeah, I am his father. I know what the code is. I've seen every one of you violate the code. I wondered where the code is when you talk about black people, the way that, y'all talk about each other, address each other, insult each other. And I'm not saying this to chastise anyone. Don't anybody think I'm treating you like a child, please. I'm sharing my
No, I'm
opinion.
just letting you talk.
Okay, I'm sharing my opinion. And so, we talk black, black, black. But I don't see anybody doing this thing to white folk that we're doing to black folk on this YouTube. We're always attacking black folk.
Then you're not paying attention because
I think
C-Rock is very
Miss
vocal.
Tiffany, I told you I
Okay,
don't want to
all right.
speak to you, young lady, because you
I
offended me.
digress.
Yeah,
You offended
Okay.
let
me
me
too
deal with
much
him, Tiff.
today.
I just want to show him enough respect and let him talk. Go ahead,
I
sir.
appreciate that.
Yes, sir.
But ultimately, like you said, I agree totally with you. You talk to my son. My son knows my goal is not to stop what he's doing. It's for him to do it at the level that he's capable of. And when I say that, that means that he exemplifies the best of who he is with the knowledge and the intelligence and the experience that he has. Not devolve
Right.
into these ridiculous, sickening high school charades with these other people. I mean, that's my goal from day one. And if you have listened to me as you say you have, then you know that the first time I ever said anything was when he attacked someone else. And I didn't understand why he did, because to me, he's above
Who
that.
was the person? Who was the person when
He
you
was
came in? Because when I saw your video, it was like at 25,000 views.
wow, I didn't even know that. But and let me get this straight too there. I'm not trying to be no YouTuber with y'all. I mean, y'all may not believe that, but if you look at my page, I might get 100, 200 from stuff that has nothing to do with this. I'm not into this.
Yeah, but Jamal, other people are
No,
using
wait
your
a minute,
using
Darrell.
Hold
Wait
up,
a
D.
minute,
Hold up,
Darrell.
D. Hold
material.
up.
Wait a minute,
No,
Darrell.
but
Yo,
Wait
D.
a
no,
minute,
D.
you
Darrell.
D.
gotta
Let
understand
me
You
this
deal
though.
with
invited
him.
me in, Darrell. You invited me in. Let me finish,
All
please.
right, okay. All right, go
You
ahead.
invited me in. I asked to come in. You invited me in. I am not trying to do it. It doesn't mean it won't happen. But I want that to be understood. That's not my intention, despite what somebody keeps saying about me. I'm not here to. Do you know how old I am? What in the world would I be sitting up here trying to become a YouTuber at my age? I'm not trying to get into this
Mr.
mess.
Johnson, could I
Yes,
ask
sir.
you a question? This is
Yes, sir.
C-Rock.
Yes, sir.
Okay, when you went onto YouTube, and I understand that you meant well, but I feel like the way you went about it was wrong.
And you may
What
be
was
right.
your intentions? What was your intentions for
You
going to
may,
YouTube and saying the good and the disparaging things about Dr. Johnson?
because one thing and let me tell you something. One thing my kids know about me, I'm siding with right, even with them. And who I tell you this? Any of my sons with things they may have done that I didn't agree with, I'm sorry, I don't side with you. That's me. Now that may be against your code, that may be against other people's code, but I don't work like that. Because I'm trying to set an example for my children, my grandchildren, my great grandchildren. So when my grandson comes to me and says, Papa, why is so and so doing this, that, and the other? Then I got to be able to stand up to him and tell him the truth as I see it, not the way other
Right.
people see me. Okay, because
Could I ask
they're
you another
looking
question,
at that.
sir?
I'm sorry.
Could
I'm
I ask
sorry.
you another question?
Yeah, but let me finish real quick.
I go
They're
ahead, go
looking
ahead.
at that and trying to reconcile what I said compared to what someone does that I've been involved in. Go ahead.
All right. I agree with what you said. When someone is wrong, you need to speak up on it, and you need to be very direct with the person that you're speaking to about the wrong that they've done. My question is, why did you go before the world and chastise your son instead of doing it privately?
Again, I didn't chastise my son. I told him, excuse me, exactly what I would tell my daughter who's older than him. I tell them what I think. They do what they do. That's what grown people do. But I'm not going
But my
to stifle.
question,
Wait a minute, I'm going to answer your
my
question,
question.
man.
No, go ahead.
I chose that platform because that's the platform that I know that he can be reached through. Now, the collateral damage that may have occurred, I didn't give it a second thought, to be frank with you. Because if I had, then that means I intentionally did that to try to get views, as y'all call it. I didn't care less about a view. I knew Umar would see it, and that was enough for me. Now, the other people that got on it, so be it. It accomplished
There
my
was
goal.
hundreds of people. It was
Sir,
over 100 trolls that disliked your son that
I
stole
know
pieces of it
this.
and they
I know
spun it.
this. I know it.
Okay.
And I'm not in that realm. I'm not in the realm that you, Darrell, and the rest of these people are that do this stuff, consistently. I'm not. I'll throw a thing here and a thing there, and it has nothing to do with Umar. Okay? I don't even know how to operate this stuff. But
I can see you didn't know the power of the internet when you did that because
it's not
your
that I didn't
son.
know the power of the internet, sir. I went to school for it. I
Oh,
didn't
so
care.
you knew that by putting
Hold
that
on,
video
sir.
up was going to be venomous.
Can I finish my sentence, please? I didn't care that for me to be able to do what I had to do, I had to worry about all these other people. No, I did not care. I don't
All
care
right, you didn't
now
care.
how many people listen to us and judge me or decide about me the way they want. Darrell said something totally wrong when he said to y'all that I'm trying to tell my son what to do. And I talked to Darrell
Hold
about
on.
this. I don't
Hold
do
on, let
that.
me ask you a question.
Why
Let's not
didn't
bring
say
D
it in
Darrell in
those
right now.
terms?
Hold on. Let's not put him in there right now. My question is, did you have access to Dr. Johnson before you went in front of the world on YouTube and did what you did?
No.
Okay, so that was your only avenue to speak to him?
Yes.
No, he could have
Okay,
sent an
so
email.
I'm not speaking to you, Miss Tiffany. I have nothing to say to you. But
I wasn't
listen,
being
Tiff.
disrespectful to you, sir. I have never
like I said
disrespected you.
before, I know for a fact that my son views his videos. I know for a fact that he reads what people say, and I know for a fact that prior to y'all even heard about his name, before y'all even hearing his name, when he first originated and started getting into that conscious crap, that's when. And don't think
Conscious
you.
crap.
I call
Yeah,
it
don't
conscious
say it's
crap.
crap.
Whoa.
Well, it's crap to
Hold up,
me.
brother.
I have a right
Brother
to call it what I
Johnson.
want. You can't
Brother
stop me from
Johnson,
doing that.
if you think the conscious community is crap, what do you believe is gold?
Well, see, I don't define gold and crap like you do. I just see that the result of what has happened with everybody, and I said this on the other show, and I know I don't know why I'm on here, but I don't see what y'all say as woke and conscious showing itself in the behavior that's on the internet. I don't see it.
Then
I'm
you
sorry.
sound like a coon with
Let
all
me
due
say,
respect, sir.
Like I
You
said,
sound like
no,
a
don't
coon.
do that.
hear you.
Don't do
I don't
that.
hear
Don't
you.
do that. Don't do
I
that.
don't hear you.
Don't do that.
Why don't you mute her, Darrell? Why don't you just mute her?
Nah, come on, Tiffany.
Listen, no, she's already muted. Mr. Johnson,
Yes, sir.
regardless of what she just said. Okay.
I don't care what
I
she
see
said.
what triggered her to say that. But
I don't
listen,
care
I'm
what
trying
she
to speak
says.
to you directly.
Yes, sir.
Listen, you shouldn't. As a grown man, you shouldn't care about nothing that nobody cares.
I don't care.
You
But
should
go
only
ahead.
care about what you think about yourself and what God think about you.
Go ahead,
But
sir.
my thing is this: if you think that the conscious community, and I'm not a part of the conscious community, I'm from a whole different element, right? But I'm in this defending your son, and I don't regret any video that I ever did exposing the people that were attacking him,
You
because what I
shouldn't.
saw was
You
no,
shouldn't.
hell no.
You shouldn't.
What I saw was your son was getting jumped by a lot of people that didn't mean shit to black reality.
I
And
don't
my thing
disagree.
is, if you're going to attack somebody who is on your, if you're going to attack somebody of your son's stature and on your son's level, you need to be having something going on for yourself or doing something for the community. The
I
people
agree.
that were attacking your son to this day are people that do nothing for our community. So
I
I had a
totally
field
agree.
day.
I
Yeah,
totally
I
agree.
have a
I
field
totally
day
agree with you.
exposing all of his enemies.
I
But
totally
my
agree
thing
with
to
you.
you, sir, and I want to respond to why I said what I said. I was really, really hurt, sir, when I saw you come out like that. When
I
I know
understand.
Dr. Johnson had to be hurt. And I understand that from what you said, he was ignoring you and not responding to you off of YouTube. So you said, if I put this shit on YouTube, he's going to hear me.
No,
I
listen to
think you
me.
should have
Listen to
just
me, sir.
waited.
Listen to me. Hold on, sir. I didn't say that I wanted him to respond to me. My purpose of putting it on there is because I was offended by what he said, and my family was offended by what he said when he spoke about people dealing with white people at all. I mean, we have white people in our family. He knows this, and they were offended. And so I, as his father, feel, and I don't know why I'm explaining myself, except that you're carrying yourself with me in a good conversation. I appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
But the bottom
Yes,
line
sir.
is, I represent my family. You know, I'm the head of my family. So when one of my children do something like that, you know, I'm trying to remind them of who they are, where they come from. So that's my goal. Now,
That's very powerful.
y'all see him in a certain level, and that's understandable. But he still, I knew him before you did. I still have a
Yes,
mindset
sir.
of who I am to him, and I act accordingly. It may not be in
Yes, sir.
accordance with what you think, but it's according to
Right.
the way I am.
Okay, you just said something that's very powerful, and I don't think you ever said this on social media.
Yes, I have.
You said that he has white family members, and
Hmm.
my thing is his white family members should understand what white people have done to our people, and they should have sat it out. If
Wait a minute. Wait a
anybody
minute.
white in y'all,
Wait a minute, sir. Come on. I don't want to tell people what they should do. So don't tell them what they
no,
should
no,
do.
no, no, no. All right, well, let me rephrase it. They could have understood that white people have done a lot of wrong to us in this country, and they should have said, you know what? Let me just relax and see what the hell
You
goes
said
on in
should
this
again.
situation.
You said should again.
Could have. They could have sat
Right,
out
but
and said, yo, let me look and see what's going on here because I can't really speak for this because I don't really understand what it is to get pulled over by a police officer and not know if I'm going to get shot or not.
okay.
There is white people in your family, and I'm going to take your word for it, they should know that their skin gives them a privilege that Dr. Johnson doesn't receive and anybody
Sir.
else who is of non-white skin
Okay,
would
hold
receive.
on. You preaching to the choir here. Remember that. Please know that I know exactly all that history you, Tiffany, the rest of y'all talk about. I'm not negating it. I know it. I understand it. The bottom line is everyone else doesn't, and people are learning along the way. And I'm not sitting up here saying that they're right, wrong, or indifferent when they get hurt. It's feelings. People's feelings get hurt. Now, my goal is to produce the best I can from all of my children, even if they don't like it. And believe me, many of them don't like it. They don't like the way that I am, but I don't care because I was here first. And I'm doing the best I can with what I know and where I come from. And it may not be as good as yours, but unfortunately, he's not your son, he's my son. And unfortunately, he can't do anything biologically about that. But I'm not here
That's
in
not
any way.
unfortunate, sir.
I'm not
That's
here
not
in any
unfortunate, sir. You
way,
you you gave
shape,
birth
or
to a great
form.
man.
I'm not here in any way, shape, or form to hurt him or diminish what he's doing. But I am. And you got to remember this. I'm coming from the simplest form, and I'm going to stay there. I'm not going to ever aspire to try to be on his level and deal with the subjects and the stuff he does. So when you say I was trying to teach somebody something, no, I don't do that. I may have been saying something that's in my brain, but I'm not trying to be a leader. I did that already. I'm not trying to lead anybody anywhere. Please understand that. I don't want to lead anybody. It takes too much effort. I'm too old for that. I'm just trying to
Yes.
make sure my son doesn't forget who and where he came from. And
All
that's
right,
my way
sir.
of doing it. That's all. But I'm not trying to hurt him. Please
Sir,
understand that.
no problem. Sir, could I please get you to retract that statement that it's unfortunate that
Which
he's your
statement was that?
son? Please. You said it's
Excuse me?
unfortunate.
I didn't
You
say
said it was
that.
unfortunate.
I never said that.
Well, maybe you didn't mean to,
Did somebody
but
hear
I
me
heard you
say that
say,
other than,
you
wait a
said,
minute.
unfortunately, he's not your son, but he's my son, sir.
Unfortunately, he's not your son, comma, but he's my son. You understand?
Right. But your
Those
son
are
is
two
more great
different
than he is
statements.
a problem.
No,
That's
those are
all I'm
two
saying.
different statements. In other words, he's not your son. He's my son. And I'm saying unfortunate because I know how high esteem you hold him, but he's not your son. He's my son. That's what I mean. You understand what I'm saying
Okay.
now? That's what I mean.
Okay. So you're basically saying, like, don't, I don't know. I don't know. But anyway, I just want to, that made my heart drop. But
No, I didn't do
I
that at
just want
all.
to make sure that you and him have a, no, okay. All right, cool. So I just want you guys to have a great relationship because he needs support more than ever right now. And I'm doing the best that I can. I'm not proud of everything that he's done, such
Neither
as
am I.
yourself.
Neither am I.
Um, what I've done is when I go to the internet, we already know that Dr. Johnson gets in situations where he's attacked and he strikes back. I don't
which is
think it's
wrong.
any problem with self-defense. The only beef that his son ever got in on the internet where he started it, I believe it was Tariq Nasheed, but everybody else after that totally attacked him out of either jealousy or just looking for an opportunity to get more followers and be listened to. The people that are attacking your son right now, they're attacking him because it's profitable. They get donations
I
from
know that.
white
I know
people
that.
that have these. Yeah.
I know that.
So
But
your
sir,
son
but
only
see,
went out there and attacked one person first, and
but
that was Tariq. Everybody else
you
did him
sound
first.
you sound
I
intelligent
even
enough.
disagree with that.
You sound
C-Rock.
intelligent enough. You sound intelligent enough that you realize that he doesn't have to diminish his stature by going one-on-one with people who have nowhere near the educational level that he has, nowhere near the world travel that he has done. Am I incorrect in that?
Yeah, they don't have his education, but they have reach on the internet where
But
they
they
can
wait,
do
no,
damage.
my point is this. They're not in his league. That's the way I feel. They're not even in his league. So I do not feel, and I
YouTube
said this
is a
Yeah,
totally
but
different world.
wait, okay, I'm seeing that now, but I don't
yeah,
know
but
anybody.
they
I don't
still
know
they still
anyone
have
else
behaviors
who
that are
continues to
detrimental
go in
to the
here at the
cause.
level that he is and gets involved with these knockdown, drag out arguments on the internet like this. I don't know anybody. Maybe there are people, but I'm only concerned about my son, so I don't look for other people. But I'm looking at my son doing it, and I'm saying, why are you talking to these people? They're not even worth your time, let alone they're distracting from your mission as far as what people are perceiving based on what they say. But you need to keep feeding this monster for the monster to stay alive. If you stop feeding
That's right.
the monster will
Let
start
me
to
let me
diminish.
let me ask you. That's absolutely correct. Let me ask you a question. Do you believe that your son, 95% of the time, lashes out in self-defense, or is he starting trouble?
I have no doubt. I have no doubt. I have no
Awesome.
doubt. But he's reacting. See, and that's the problem. He's reacting, and you don't do that. You don't do
You
that as a leader.
respond.
You respond. You don't react. That means you don't come back with exactly the same temperament and the same BS that they do, but you intelligently disarm them. And I don't see any intelligent disarmament going on here at all. I see blatant, downright ghetto garbage.
All right. Like I
But that's your
said,
opinion.
Dr. Johnson. That is his opinion, but
That's your opinion.
there
I
is
disagree.
your son. I look at your son like a warrior, and I want him to be a warrior as he's been. I'm not saying he hasn't been a warrior, because Dr. Johnson in our time is the only person that has spoke to the powers that be
That's not true.
fearlessly.
That's not
So
true.
I want to be very clear. No.
That's not true.
Hold up, listen, let me finish, and I'm gonna let you go, and you can tell me who else has done it. But besides Louis Farrakhan, I'm not talking about the traditional leaders that have been here forever. I'm
Not
talking about
Farrakhan
in
either.
this time, this day and time, the new leaders are all sellouts. A lot of them are sellouts, and they
That's
out here
not
just
true.
trying to make money and
That's
do
not
whatever
true.
they can for themselves and save their family. Tell me who are the leaders that have done what your son has done as far as speaking to the powers that be and have done it
Let,
unselfishly.
let me ask you a question, if you don't mind. When you say speak to the powers that be, will you define that for me?
The government of America.
Okay, and when you say speak to them, how do y'all do that? How do y'all do that?
Okay, sir.
When your
He
son speaks
uncovered.
I'm
about
not speaking to Miss Tiffany. I'm
when you
not speaking to Miss Tiffany. I'm sorry,
listen,
ma'am.
Sir,
when your
You're
son
too
when
offensive
you
to me. I don't want to speak to you, Miss Tiffany, please. But go ahead. Answer
listen,
my question, please.
when your son talks about how black children are being put on drugs,
Uh-huh.
when your son talks about how black children are suspended from school
Uh-huh.
more than any other child and any
Uh-huh.
other race, I don't even subscribe to race, but because I'm in this situation, I have to deal with race.
Okay.
So when your son talks about how the Democrats and the Republicans all put us last and we put them first,
Go
your
ahead.
son talks a lot to the
So how's that
talking to
speaking
the
to the
powers that
powers
be,
that be? How's that speaking
because
to the power? He's speaking about the powers that be. I'm asking you to define to me
he's
how he
speaking
speaks
directly
to.
to them.
How? Tell me how, please.
He's telling the powers that be
No,
that
he's
they are
not.
doing us wrong.
No, he's telling
What?
us that they're doing us
No,
wrong.
he's speaking. They
Okay.
watch him too.
No,
You
I
don't think
know
these
they
white
do.
people
I
are
know
watching
they
Dr.
do.
White
Johnson?
people buying his book.
Sir, I know they
Okay.
listen to him. They know his stuff better than he does because they're the ones that created it. But my point is this: when you say you speak to the powers that be, being a warrior, then that means that you're willing to confront the powers that be. Am I incorrect with that?
He
You
has
correct me if
already
I'm wrong.
done it. They refused to sit down with him.
No,
Listen,
Hold on, wait.
listen,
whoa,
listen.
wait, no,
Jamal,
hold
hold
on.
on.
You
Let me.
telling me, no,
I want to.
Mr. Wright, you telling me
Jamal,
that
listen.
he
I'm
has
not
requested
interrupting, but I
to
need to
sit
say
down
something. Hold
with
on,
the
Darrell,
powers that
Jamal.
be, and the
Wait,
powers that be that told him, I'm
Darrell,
not going to talk to
Darrell,
you?
let me
Jamal.
give the
Is that
example.
what you're telling me?
No,
Jamal.
Because
when
I
he
don't know.
spoke to the
Maybe
powers that
he
be.
did, and I don't know about
Wait,
it.
guys. Listen.
No, your son is. That's all your son talks about, Mr. Johnson. What
Then
did
I
you
must
say?
be missing it. I'm missing it,
Hold on,
sir. I'm
guys.
missing it.
I want you both of you. Hold on. I just want to add this in here. Brother Jamal, when you talked about whether or not he was confronting the powers of at Beast, he did that throughout his career working in the school system, which is one of the main places in which it kills the minds of our community. He did that when he did those National Black Parent Association. That's confronting the powers of at that be. Your
I'm not talking
response?
about in the school system. I'm talking about now. I'm talking
Yeah,
about
but
now.
that's all part of his work.
No, but my point is this.
Also, D. Darrell, I
When you
know
make
Mr. Johnson
statements
don't want to
of the
talk to
powers
me,
that be,
but
you have to
also don't
understand that the
forget that
powers that
Dr.
be
Johnson
continue to do what they
exposed
do
the 11
because they
laws of
can.
white
And like I said
supremacy,
before,
which is
if
their
Miss
plan
Tiffany
on how
talks,
they want to
I'm going to
interrupt.
mute
You know what
myself
I'm
out till
saying?
she gets done.
Okay, that's fine, Mr. Johnson. And I'm not meaning to disrespect you, and I know you're mad at me right now, and we can discuss that another day. But another way your son is combating white supremacy is when he uncovered the 11 laws of white supremacy. That is their plan, their blueprint on how they want to operate in the country. Your son put their
Did she
entire
finish yet?
plan on Front
Oh, I
Street
still hear
and
her. I'm going to
exposed
mute
it
back
so
down
that
again.
Black people can be
Let me
warned.
know
All right,
when she mutes.
He's being
Oh,
all right.
extremely disrespectful to me, and
yes,
I'm
I
really
am.
holding
Yes, I am
on.
because I
Tim,
I'm really
stop.
understand.
holding
I
on
heard
not
Mr.
what
to
you
jump
said
out of
President,
the
about me
bag on
already.
him.
Slow down. Hold on.
I heard what you
Wait.
said about
all right.
me.
Let me get back into this conversation with Mr.
Hold on.
Johnson. We can't keep doing this, y'all. We got to have a respectful conversation with this man. He's still, no matter what we feel about him, he's still Dr. Johnson's father.
She
Let's just
doesn't
make that
remember
very
that,
clear.
obviously.
So let me address how he addressed the powers that be. Everything that your son has spoke about from day one has been all about defending Black people and how they are treated by this country.
We know that.
So I'm all right then. Well, why would you ask me how did he address the powers that be? That's all he talk
Okay, let
about.
me
Your
define to
son
you
just
what
did
the
a
power,
live
what that
about Donald
means.
Trump.
Okay, hold on, sir. Let me tell you what the
Go
power.
ahead.
Remember something now. We got a couple of generations between us, right? So I may see
Yes, sir.
things different than you. You know, it doesn't mean that you and I see everything the same way. You know what I mean?
Right, but we're bridging the gap right now.
Okay, so I'm just letting you understand that. So it's not about forming an argument. It's just that I see things different than you do. So when we say the powers that be, coming from where I come from, and you got to remember,
Okay.
I grew up with when the powers that be get confronted, we go to them. We don't. And now y'all on a more intellectual level, y'all got a lot more information. Y'all got a lot more everything that we had. But that's where I
Could I
come
ask you a
from.
question, sir?
If you
What
let me
era are you
finish my
from?
first one,
60s?
man, you gonna let me finish the
No, no,
first
no, no,
one.
no, no. I want to know what era you're from, sir.
I'm sorry.
I wanted to know what era you're from.
I'm born in the 50s.
Okay. Okay.
So what I was saying is that when we talk about the powers that be, I'm talking about we came up through, the time of the Panthers, the Nation, all them guys. They confronted, right? They confronted the powers that be. So in my mind's eye, when y'all say he confronts the power that be, I'm not taking anything away from the way you define it. I'm just trying to show you the way I see it and why when I say that, I'm asking that question. Okay, I'll give you an example. We go out here and deal with these white supremacists. To me, that's confronting the powers that be. Why? Because they are almost the ultimate representation of white supremacy. So we go out there and we deal with these clowns. To me, that's confronting the powers that be. That doesn't mean there's not another way to do it. That's what I'm used to. So please
So you
understand where I'm
used
coming from.
to so you're used to the head-on, face-to-face.
Yes,
If we
sir.
got to get physical, let's get physical
Yes, sir.
confrontation.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I understand that. I understand that. But now let me tell you what we're doing now. We've
Okay.
learned from Martin Luther King that marching is not safe. We've
Oh, I
learned
didn't
that
say.
the most successful part of Martin Luther King's era was when he called the boycott. That's when
That's
white
right.
people responded to him. When he
That's right.
said, you know what, you can hate us, but you will not have our money until you at
But
least sit down and conduct yourself and show some decorum and acknowledge the
Well, what did he
situation that
do?
we are
What did he do?
experiencing.
What did he do?
So
What did he do? What did he do?
he called a boycott. That was
And
that changed
what did
everything.
a boycott? Hold on. What is a boycott, sir?
A
What is a
boycott is,
boycott?
to me, ultimately is when you keep your money from your enemy.
Well, that boycott was about that. But ultimately, a boycott is to force upon them what you want. That's confrontation. Because what they did is told the white people, we don't need your buses, your train, your cab, whatever. We will walk where we got to go. Am I incorrect?
Right. Yes,
Am I
sir.
correct?
True.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Now, when they did that, they confronted the powers that be. See, raw, because everyone saw it. You saw it. Well, you weren't around, but we saw it. We knew
No,
what
I
was
saw the
going on.
videos. Yeah.
Well, okay. Well, you saw it then.
So it's confrontation. It's confrontation without getting physical. I'm just
I
saying we
understand.
have graduated from going out here and being toe to toe, throwing punches and shooting and fighting and
Okay.
getting sprayed with hoses.
I
Now we're
respect
just
that.
like you all, yeah, no doubt. We know that white folks love money. And we said, okay, in order to hurt somebody, you got to take away from them what they love. And that's the money. So now
Okay.
we just like, okay, if you don't want to give us what we want, we won't give you what you want. We might take our money out of Bank of America. We might stop supporting anything that generates power, because who you give your money to, that's who you empower. Because in America, power is measured by how much money you have.
Well,
I'm
let me show
teaching
you.
tonight.
Okay, let me show you how I'm very familiar with that. Have you ever heard of Standard Rock?
No, sir.
Yeah.
Have you ever heard direct access pipeline?
Yes,
What
very
the
familiar.
pipeline, the school to prison?
The North
Direct.
Dakota pipeline up in Standing Rock, North Dakota.
Yes,
He's
Oh
ma'am.
yeah,
talking
yeah.
about the
I heard
school.
that. That's the oil and gas.
Okay,
Yeah.
right. Now, I'm going to just let you know so you don't think I'm so naive about a lot of the stuff you and I are
No,
talking about.
sir. I don't think you're naive. This conversation is to understand where you're coming from, not to try to belittle you.
Okay. Well, anyway, I was involved in that. And one of the things that we did that was most powerful was when people withdrew their money out of the major banks, because we knew that affected the
Right.
oil companies. See, we were out there confronting the powers that be, right? Like you said, going
Mhm.
head to head with the state and the feds and all them out there at the reservation. But back home, we was taking money out of the banks. So I understand exactly what you're talking about. But still,
Yes, sir.
I resorted back to my primal state, got out there in the reservation, stayed on the reservation, and went at it back and forth with the people who were defending the DAPL, who were put out there by the city, state, and feds. The bottom line I'm trying to say to you, I understand what you're saying. I thought, and it's my fault, I thought when y'all said confronting the powers that be, that y'all were going to deal with the white structure that we see every day, that y'all were going to actually go and confront them physically somewhere, somehow, sometime. But I haven't seen
No,
any of that,
no.
so I didn't realize that that's not
They
what y'all meant.
right. There is some people that want to go out there and get physical with white supremacists. I think
Right.
that is totally stupid as hell. The way
I
that you
don't.
kill,
I
the way
don't.
you kill your enemies to keep money from them. This is not a country. This is a business.
I
They
don't
gave the
disagree.
illusion that this is no, I know you don't. No. Listen, man, I'm not saying I listened to what you said in your video, and I'm like, I understand what Dr. Johnson, Mr. Johnson is coming from, but I just was like, I didn't agree with the approach. But yeah, they did. When you want to hurt anybody in America, you keep your money from them, because
That's right.
money is how they
That's right.
measure power here.
That's
So
right.
my thing is, we boycott. We don't go outside and hold signs and give them a clear shot at us. That's crazy. My solution is something that we can do from home. Fuck these signs, because what happens when we protest? We go to white people, we buy the paper from them. We go to white people, we buy the Sharpies from them, and then we go to Home Depot, because your signs and your shit need to be on a stick, and we buy sticks from them. So my thing is just keep the money. And if white people really want to do something for us, then they'll change their ways. Other than that, this whole country will crash without money being spent. Black
Okay.
people are the most frivolous spenders in
That's right.
America. We
That's
buy
right.
shit knowing goddamn well we can't afford it. So
And
when
see,
black people get disciplined about money, that's when they'll say, "Hold up, something changed." Go ahead, Mr. Johnson.
no, it's okay. No, I was going to say is that that's your strategy, and I'm all for that too. I mean, we're trying to have as few casualties as possible, but you're always going to have your warriors. You're going to always have people I mean, sometimes we start wars in this country just to make sure we don't turn on one another because we direct our attention to the so-called enemy, like we did with 911. As soon as 911 was over, we was back going at each other's heads again. So, I mean, but you have some people who you have to put them in a position to relieve themselves, for lack of a better word. All right. Everyone's not an intellectual. Some people are just bare knuckles. That's just how it is. And those are the people
Right.
who do what it is I'm talking about. Not what y'all do and what my son went to school to learn how to do. Because, I mean, he's got the intelligence to do it. I'm not there.
Right.
Never will be. So I'm still stuck in stupid, if that's the case.
No, man. Stop talking about yourself like
No,
that,
I
sir.
don't. Come on.
We don't think about you like
I
that.
ain't got no self-esteem problem. Believe me, bro. Believe me.
Okay, all right, shit. You better not, because your son is far from
I ain't
self-esteem
got
issues. If he
I
came
ain't
from
got
your
no
loins,
self-esteem
Brother
problem.
Jamal
all right,
is
because he came from your loins, so you're part of the reason why he's so arrogant. No, sir, I'm just joking. But you're
That's
part of
cool.
the reason
It's
why he's so
cool.
confident.
You're probably
Yeah, he's
right.
confident. Yeah, whatever. Listen, I'm without a shadow of a doubt understanding that what Dr. Johnson is, he had to see it from you.
Ain't no doubt about it.
Listen, people don't realize adults are created from the time of coming out
That's
of the
right.
womb up until
That's
about
right.
13.
That's
That's
right.
when you had him in shit. You created this monster. No,
Well, you ain't got to tell me nothing. Wait. Ho. Let's back up on that for a minute.
he's a good guy,
I,
but you had
oh,
influence on him.
I had influence, but the monster, if that's for lack of a better word, to me, because
We're
y'all not
just
gonna see
playing
it the
around
way
with
I
the word
see it.
monster. He's
The
not a
way I see
monster.
it, the part in which my very mannerable, very pleasant, very respectful, the guy that I remember, okay, that never said a curse word around me in his life. That okay, when that left, then I'm like, okay, what or who is this? Now I'm not saying right, wrong, or indifferent, but that's what I said because I was used to the other part. Now maybe that part had to come out, just like it came out in me as I got older. But I was still used to the other part. So now I'm looking at this other part. I'm like, what in the hell is going on here? Okay, so it
What's
takes
the
some
other part, sir?
adapting. See,
Can
you
you
see
break
it.
down the other part so we can
Hold on a
understand
second.
the conflict?
Hold on a second. You see the product now. Okay, you gotta remember, I'm still stuck on the product that became, and I haven't accepted what I'm looking at now because that's not how
Okay, so
we do.
you still on the Black Panthers product?
No, I'm still on the fact that my son came out of college with, and understand, I'm not saying he's wrong in the direction he took. I just don't like the manner. I'm not saying he's wrong though in what he's doing. I just don't like the manner and how it's being done. I enjoyed the fact when he used to, yes, I did, wear a tie and a shirt and all that other stuff and speak with vocabulary that comes from his level of academia, not what I'm hearing now. So that's what I hoped and that's what I thought he was going to do. Okay, he's doing something contrary to that. I'm not used to kids out here cursing every day to each other like it's regular language. But that's just me.
Right.
Like I said, it's generational differences. And when
Right.
I'm
Dr.
looking and
Johnson
hearing,
is getting
seeing
back
this,
to his old self again. He just you know what he did what we all doing. He's learning as he goes, man. The man
yeah,
did
but
not he's upset because he came out with a righteous cause and he was attacked. He didn't expect opening up a school for black children would get him this kind of backlash. He didn't
what?
expect it.
Okay,
He
but
didn't
the
know
thing
that
is
the
this.
people was gonna do this to him.
But there's an old saying we say in the Marine Corps: there's no such thing as a bad Marine, only bad leadership. So the point I'm trying to make is this: you can't go OJT on others people's lives. You have to get your OJT in before you start leading. Okay, you can't do OJT on the field or people will get killed. You have to learn the strategy before you take them out there. You don't get out there and then decide, oh man, I don't know how to learn this. Let me go back and come back. By then they dead. So what I'm saying is this: I'm looking at this from a leadership position, and I know you know my military background somewhat. I'm coming
No,
from a
I didn't
leadership.
know that you was in the military. I didn't know that.
Okay, well I was, and
Okay.
I come from a military point of view on this whole thing because whether y'all see it or not, we're in a war. We're in a war with them and we're in a war with us. And until we learn how to strategize and get along with each other, we're never going to be able to fight them. Now, you might be able to do it
Right.
in the people that y'all believe in your own little enclave. But as a whole people, we're never going to be able to fight them if we can't come together. And that's my main concern, coming together.
Right.
And right now, all I see is disparate groups doing disparate things and claiming to care about black folk. But at the same time, these
I agree
same
with
black
that.
folk that they claim, I'm sorry?
I said I agree with that.
These same black people they claim to love are their enemies. The same people they claim
Right.
to love are trying to kill them. How can the people you
But
love be at you
this-
so much? How can you be at the people that you claim you love? And that's where I'm
Okay.
coming
Right.
from.
Let me explain why our people are doing that.
All right,
Because our people are
C-Rock.
still under
Hold
the
on,
illusion
C-Rock.
of inclusion.
C-Rock. Before you, I'm gonna
Yeah.
let you finish. Reply to that, and I want to see if TCTV wanted to ask a question so we can have more of a circular dialogue. But I'm gonna let you
No
finish your
problem.
thought.
No problem.
Okay, go ahead.
No problem. Yeah, I just wanted to have this conversation with him because I knew he felt comfortable in this situation, because I definitely respect him because he is the father of somebody that we all respect. Trolls don't matter. But anyway, so what I'm saying is, okay, say what you had to say. Say what you just said, Mr. Johnson, because he threw me off by coming in like that.
Now I was just saying that I don't see how we can have so much dissension in the ranks and all claim to care about each other.
Okay, thank you. You brought my thought back. So the reason why this is happening is, obviously, I'm pretty sure you're familiar with Willie Lynch, right?
Very much.
Okay, that is the reason why this is happening.
I know. I know the theory. I know the theory behind
right.
that. Yes, that's the
Right.
theory.
That's why this is happening. So
Well,
you
that's
shouldn't
the
even be
theory,
surprised.
sir.
You know that the light skin was designed to go
I
against the
know all
dark
about it.
skin, and the
I know all-
old against the young, and all of
Yeah,
this stuff.
I know.
This is
Neely Fuller talked about it
pre-programming.
too. Neely Fuller, I read
Right.
I'm brother. We've been
Yeah.
reading books
So
since the 70s, man. I know what y'all talking about.
right.
I just don't know why it has to be that we have to turn on each other to the point where those who are well educated, those who know Willie Lynch, those who know Sister Crest, oh my God, I forgot her name. But
Presley.
yes, these people we studied back in the day, y'all know these
Right.
people. So that means y'all know
Yeah,
the
but-
dynamics that cause us to separate. And yet y'all play
Yeah,
right
but-
into it. Y'all play
No,
right into
Mr.
it.
Johnson. Mr. Johnson? I'm gonna say it like this. It's just like what Mike Tyson said. And I'm a boxer. I'm an ex-boxer.
Mhm.
He said everybody got a game plan until they get punched in the face.
Exactly.
Your son had a game plan until he got punched in the face multiple times by hundreds of people. Okay, so he is now in plan B, probably even plan C, because your son been getting punched in the face for trying to help black children for years.
Yes, I
So
know
he is
this.
in plan probably C right now. So everybody got a game plan until they get punched in the face. He is learning as he goes.
And
We have to make sure that as he makes his mistakes, that there is counsel around him that can say, all right, bro, listen. No, because listen, I told Dr. Johnson, and he got mad at me. I was like, Dr. Johnson, you need to stay on code and do what the fuck you supposed to do and let me deal with these idiots.
that's all
I'll
I've been
take the
saying.
hits. Just
That's all I've
build
been
the
saying.
fucking school.
That's right.
Right.
Okay.
So no
That's
problem.
Okay,
No problem.
hold on. Let me go to TC. TC, you want to ask any questions?
Man, we just got finished on a 5-hour live stream over there with Mr. Johnson. Like,
I just wanted to make sure. I know you here, but I just wanted to make sure you wanted to add anything in.
yeah, I'm in the background listening, man. I just touched
Okay.
down, man.
Okay, go ahead.
All
Go
right,
ahead.
let me go. Let me finish. So okay. So we understand that your son is on the ground. The thing that I love about your son is he dared to try to do something that we as black people think is impossible.
What's that?
He went and bought 2 broke down buildings. He went and brought 2 broke down buildings. Now people say it's not a school, but how could you say it's not a school? Because he bought 2 vacant schools. But
sir,
I just want to say that to
that has
debunk a
been
whole lot
done.
of shit that's been going on, Mr. Johnson.
That has
So
been done since the
listen.
times of the
So
Panthers, my man.
right. No.
That has been going on
But it
forever.
hasn't been done in a long time. In our time, there was no black man that ever said, I want to build a school without government funding. Now we know wherever they put their money, they control it. He said, I don't want them to control a goddamn thing that has to do with FDMG, and I'm going to depend on our people to get this done. I'm totally for him not taking bank loans. He already bought the school. We don't have anything to do but fix the school up.
I got you.
So we attack the trolls that don't want to see him get donations and fix the school up. Go ahead, Mr. Johnson.
I think the difference is, now that you said that, it's really kind of simplistic. I think the difference is that my frame of reference is so different than yours. You know what I mean?
That's
Like
what we're talking. Go ahead.
And when you just said something about nobody doing what he's doing. Now, I come from a reference where a lot of people were doing it, but y'all don't come from that reference. So as a result, y'all seeing it different than I see it. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I
it's
mean,
been
like,
a desert for people like
back
that.
in the
It's
day,
been like years when people didn't even try to do that. Go ahead, sir. Sorry.
Like take the Panthers when they started the food program, right? In the hood, right? We all used to go there and get breakfast in the morning. Now
I saw the videos. Yep.
Right, you saw the videos. Now you saw it, I lived it. So in my mind, I'm coming from that sort of mindset about so many different things. Okay, but you understand something. One of the main reasons that you see me say anything mainly centers on decorum more than anything. And I know y'all see things differently, y'all curse all the time, so be it. But my thing is, I come from a position of decorum about a lot of things. So when I'm hearing all these illicit statements and this profanity being thrown at people and name calling, to me, it just seems so childish. To me. So I'm saying, how can someone who I know is so much above this allowing himself to be drawn in by these people who now he's talking in 4-letter words? That's what I'm saying. I'm saying,
let me explain that.
Hold on, where's the articulation that I know he has in himself? But I know he has to do that.
Let me explain that.
Wait a minute, let me finish. But I know
okay, go ahead.
that. I know he has to do that to relate to the people who are talking to him. And that's the problem. Why are you even going down there? Stay up there. If they can't understand a 5-syllable word, then you don't need to be talking to them in the first place. I'm talking about the detractors.
Let me explain something.
That keep going at him.
Yeah. So check this out. He was wrong for doing that, but he reached an audience of young people that only understand that. So
I know.
he reached for the first time, like it's a double-edged sword, Mr. Johnson. He reached for the first time by doing that. He reached the young dudes he reached the young guys who was out there and just like, fuck it, we don't give a fuck about nothing. But when they heard him talk like that, they was like, oh shit, he's almost like us. So it was a double-edged sword because he should have made those children come to him speaking proper, but by him not speaking to him as well.
Hello.
So it's just one of those things where he won a lot of the youth by doing, because they want to know who they follow is not somebody who's a sucker and somebody who's not willing to go out here and do what they got to do. So he won the streets by that. So he teach them. Now he need to go back to the old Dr. Johnson because they know that it's in him. They know it's in him now. So he needs to go back to the old Dr. Johnson. They be like, okay, Dr. Johnson, but we know if he got to go left, he's willing to.
You're fading out, in and out. You're fading in and out.
But okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm saying I'm sorry. Yeah. So I'm saying he got the youth now because he showed that I'm willing to hit these streets if I need to. If I got to get busy, I'll hit these streets and get busy. He won them from that. Now he needs to go back to the old Dr. Johnson and be like, all right, now we got to get back to business, y'all. But he got a lot of people from when he went left pocket.
Okay, and I say this, just like I said with the Nation of Islam, when we grew up. They used to come on the corners. They made us get on the bus. We had to go to the mosque and listen to the speech from the minister, whether we liked it or not, because our old heads told us to get there or else. All right. But the bottom line is, in the end, what happened? See, because the bottom line is when you build from a certain base, certain people, when you start trying to bring them up, are not going to come up with you because they don't know anything about that. They only knew you down here. And I'm afraid, and this is my problem now, and that's why I've called out many a time for him to come on out in the streets with us, because you need to connect with them and let them know that you know about this, but you also have to stay up here to do that. And I think because a lot of the young men are still at that base stage, that's one of the reasons why they're still doing what they're doing. Because the first thing come out of their mouth is nobody understands them. Well, if he understands them, then we need him out here with us to get these brothers off these corners from shooting each other. And that's an additional duty, but that's what leaders do. So what I'm saying is that when they get on here and they see this, like when him and Tariq was going at it, or when him and the other guy was going at it, they're like, oh, well, this is what we can do because this is what Doc does. Doc know, and Doc is doing this. What's wrong with us doing it? And I'm saying, no, we need to minimize the tension in our communities. We don't need to increase it. We got enough killing going on with each other. So I'm saying to him and to y'all, come from a different avenue. Come from an avenue of some humility. I have never seen humility in the so-called conscious community yet from anybody.
Mr. Johnson, could I say this on record?
Yes, sir.
I want to say this on record. I totally denounce everything that Tyreek did in that exchange. I was 1,000% on Dr. Johnson's side because there's a lot of things that he said and he did that Dr. Johnson pointed out. So I'm totally against how Tyreek dealt with that situation. He was totally over the top with the shit that he was talking about. So I didn't vote or agree with anything that Tyreek was saying in that situation. Okay, I said to myself after the situation blew over, making these documentaries and teaching Black people the true history about themselves, I agree with that. So I forgave him for what he did with the Dr. Johnson situation, even though it was totally wrong. And I said, you know what? These videos teaching about the Haitian history and the European and the French history and talking about these different things, that's amazing. Getting Dr. Dick Gregory on it, that's one of my influences. This shit is amazing. The shit that he did in them documentaries, just having Dick Gregory on it, I was like, wow. Because I love Dick Gregory a million times more than I love Tyreek. But he put these people together to make a great film. So I had to forgive him. I'm not one of them grudge holders. I was like, okay, that beef, he was on some guerrilla warfare shit. Tyreek went over the top. I was with Dr. Johnson in that beef. But I'm just saying, we have to learn that our beefs need to be private and not public.
That's right.
He could have easily called. I want Dr. Johnson. This is what my wish is. I want Dr. Johnson to come on a panel just like this and speak to Anti-Afro, and I want him to speak to Lennon Honor, and I want him to speak. I don't think anybody else is big enough for him to speak to him. Everybody else is just like trying to come up off of those two entities. But I want him to have an opportunity to address his accusers, his main accusers.
Monty Woodbrain?
Well, Monty, let me tell you about Monty. I wish you didn't bring him up in this because this is a monumental lie, but he's not even relevant.
My apologies. My apologies.
Yeah, T. He's not even someone who's considered. He is a comedian. He doesn't even deserve to be brought up in this either. Gerald, Moise Palmer, Bussy Palmer, whatever we want to call him.
Name calling. Why y'all gotta call these people names? Come on now.
Well, look, I'm just saying, goddamn, worldwide. I know your voice now. That's a scary thing. Is that worldwide? Who did that? That's Mr. Johnson. I'm sorry, Mr. Johnson. No, there is some people. Hey, Mr. Johnson, I'm sure you watch my shit. This is what I do.
Yes,
whatever they are, that's what I call them. A lot of these people that are attacking your son, they are from the homosexual community. And I don't have nothing against them. But my thing is, don't come out here if you got some dirt. Because if you got some dirt, I'm going to find it. And I just be finding the dirt, Mr. Johnson.
We all got dirt. It's just a matter of whether we can
find it. Not that much. Not as much as them. Shit.
But see, my problem is this, man. While we concentrate on looking for dirt, okay, our kids are being pushed to the wayside in these cities here. Okay, I would rather put the energy into these kids out here who are wayward than to be worrying about these clowns who are making money to pay to feed their families, as y'all say. That's what I would think. And in addition to that, I would think that because you see things somewhat the way I do, maybe not all the way, I know, but the fact is,
I see it exactly the way you see it. I understand the era difference.
Okay, right, and I think maybe that's the gap that nobody can fill up and causes the problem with me and y'all and me and them. You see, because everybody comes around your age group, and I'm in a whole different era. But my concern is also different than yours. It's different than theirs. So nobody can understand, why is this guy getting on here doing this? Well, guess what? This guy is only doing what he knows and feels is right. Now, I'm not asking anybody to accept what I say because I don't really care. I'm not apologizing for anything because the bottom line is everything I do and have done and will do is strictly out of love and concern for Umar, whether he even believes it or not. And just because it comes across negatively, that's just the way it is. That's just the way
Can
it
I ask
is.
you a question?
And I'm sorry that people can't accept that.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir, of course.
Can you be mad at your son for being just like you, unapologetic?
Brother, you have no idea how many people have told me that. You have no idea. You have no idea how many people have said that to me. Believe me. I
He's
thank
just
God
like
there was
you,
no.
sir.
I thank God there was no internet when I grew up. I thank God because I might have been the one doing all this stuff.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm telling you, your son is
Thank
just
God.
like you. And look, I want to talk to your son, and I want to have a conversation with him, and him knowing that I'm not just going to say yes. I want him to have a conversation with me, knowing that I'm going to disagree on some things, but I'm going to agree on most things. But he is definitely his father's son. From
And
what
we
I
all and we
understand,
know that.
from what I'm reading from you and getting from you, he's just like you. He's
And the
not a
fact
sorry. He thinks if he says sorry, that makes him a sorry person.
that's
But
right. And
sometimes you
see,
can say sorry and move forward.
but see, you learn that in humility. You don't learn that in ego or arrogance or anything else that is not humble. You have to be some humility to the table. And unfortunately, life's experiences will humble you if you get enough. I got enough,
That's not
and
unfortunate. That's a blessing.
I became humble because of the. When I lost my wife, I became extremely humble. See, but I don't want him to ever have to experience something like that. But I do want him to get humility. And I said this to the conscious community many, many times. I don't see any humility in the so-called conscious community. I don't see it. Everybody's
There
too
isn't.
macho, bravado, got big, what's. It's like, come on, fellas, are y'all serious? And we're gonna come together
You
with
know,
that?
you know why you don't see it is because you are measuring, and you should. You are measuring the conscious community to people like Martin Luther King, Louis
You're
Farrakhan,
exactly right.
and
Not
all of the
Farrakhan,
other
not
great leaders
Farrakhan,
like
not
Dick
Farrakhan.
Gregory.
I got a problem with Farrakhan, not Farrakhan.
Okay, well, look, he did some things. I got a problem with him too, but I'm saying at least he had enough decorum to say, you know what? If I did something wrong, forgive me. I saw him apologize before, you know, and
I
and
missed that. I
and the
missed
thing
that
that
one.
made
I missed that one.
okay, well, look, that was like one recording out of the thousands.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's why I missed
you
it.
gotta dig, you gotta dig, you gotta dig for that one. But what I'm saying is, people like Martin Luther King and Malcolm X and Medgar Evers and even Harriet Tubman. She was one of the greatest, strongest black females that came out of our community.
And
I'm not
humbles.
taking nothing from her
And
because she
very
led
humble.
men that were supposed to be leaders to freedom.
And
And
she
she
was
did it
very humble.
multiple times.
And she was very
Anytime you
humble.
go back into freedom, yes, she was very humble.
Very humble.
And she was willing to give her life. But she went back into slavery
That's
to
right.
go and get slaves and bring them to freedom. And then she said, all right, y'all all right now. Y'all up north. I'm going back down south. And she
Hey,
went back down. She went down hundreds of times to go get fools
brother, you talking to
that
the
believed
choir.
that was their reality.
You talking
Go
to
ahead,
the
sir.
choir. You talking to the choir.
No, I know that. I know. I'm
But
just
tell me
talking
something.
to the
You ever
people
heard of
who
Eyes
don't
on the
know.
Prize? You ever heard of Eyes on the Prize?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
A
I saw
documentary?
that.
Have
Yeah.
you seen it, Siva?
Yes. I don't remember. I remember it's in elementary school.
Okay, well it's like I
The
think it's like
VHS.
12. It's a
It was like
12-part documentary, right? I think
Yes,
it's
sir.
like 12 parts to it total. Okay. And every year I used to have my children sit down and look at that every Black History Month. Okay, why? Because I wanted them to appreciate being Black, not African American, not whatever the other words y'all use. I use the word Black. That's where I come from, and that's where I'm gonna stay. Okay, so
Yeah, you
the thing is,
created the Dr. Johnson machine that's going on right now.
all right. But
Absolutely.
the point I'm trying to make is history matters, and you
Yes,
can't
sir.
go around disrespecting, discarding, or negating or minimizing history. And I think that's
Yes,
one of
sir.
the biggest things the so-called conscious community does. You call I've heard people call Martin Luther King a coon. I've heard my son talk about our ancestor Frederick Douglass in negative terms. I mean, no, you don't do this. You may not agree,
Martin,
but you
Martin
get
Luther
wait.
King, Martin Luther King was a coon in the beginning.
No, no,
In the
no, no, no.
beginning.
But
In the end, when he said,
why do y'all
"Hold up,
use
but listen,
slavery? Why do you use slavery terminology, bro? Why y'all do that?
no, it's not. It's not slave
Coon
terminology.
is a slavery
It's
mentality word
no,
that
no, no,
comes from
no. Coon.
slavery times.
No, no.
You don't
They
know
have
that?
made a different meaning. No, no. Black people have always taken what white people said and made a whole new meaning for it. It's
Oh,
something
they have?
about colored
They have?
black people operating as a Negro, a
Give me
white
another
person,
word.
or some shit like that.
Give me another word. Give me another word like coon that came from slavery that we use every day.
No, we made it in
Derogatorily
no
towards each other.
The N
we
word.
That's right, the N
Mr.
word.
Johnson.
And we all know that's a
No, no,
negative
no,
word,
no,
don't
no, 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 no. The word when we call black people coons, I forgot what the exact adjective of it was, but it's basically saying that a black person that is speaking like a white person is a coon. That's what it is. I don't know what every word, every
we? Well,
letter
go back
stands
to the
for. I forgot.
origin of the word coon, sir. You will find that in history, slaves were called coons. If you look at some of the minstrel shows, they used the title of coons and they were dressed in blackface. Okay, the word
That's
coon
true.
the word coon has come through our whole history, and now here we are. We never did it in my time, but here now y'all are calling each other coons. We never used that word towards
That's
another
all
black
right.
person.
That's all right.
No, it's
Because
not all right.
when you no, let me explain it. Let me explain it. When you are a free black man and you still operate as a black man that is in change, when you are absolutely free, that's cooning.
So you gonna
That's
speak
all you're
like the
saying.
slave
When you
master?
are a free black man, no, listen to me. If you are a free black and you are behaving, you're cool. You are, man. You're
Okay, I
free.
agree.
Why are you still
That's a good.
acting like a false Negro when you're free? That's all you're saying.
Okay,
When he calls somebody a coon, he's saying
no,
that you're free and you're still acting like you're still enslaved. That's all.
no. He's
Explain
calling.
that.
He's retreating back, and all of you are retreating back to slavery times, and you call one another coons.
It's a
We're not
different
coons.
meaning, sir. It doesn't have the same meaning
The
as it
white
did back
people.
then, is what C Rock is trying to
We're
say.
not.
It's
We're
a
not
completely
coons.
different
You
meaning.
can't. You can't give an historical word that originated in something like slavery a new meaning and say it's acceptable. Like nigga, you got people running around here talking about, well, I'm saying nigga with an A and not ER. No, nigga is a nigga. Period. End of story. It came from a very bad time in our history, and it should not be repeated towards one another. That's what I believe,
All right,
and
sir.
I'm gonna stick to it.
I agree with what you're saying, but I'm telling you that the new generation, nigger is now friend. We have changed. We've taken the venom out of the word nigger.
You don't take the
Seriously.
venom out of
If I
slavery,
say this is
man.
my nigga, I don't mean this is my slave. I mean this is my friend. So black people have literally taken the venom out of it.
And
Y'all
white
are
people
still
using it now,
saying
right? White people use it now, don't
they
they?
can
They don't
amongst
have a right.
themselves.
They
They
don't
can't
have a
use
right to
that
use
shit
it.
around us.
It's
Mrs.
No, they do
Johnson, they
not.
crazy.
can't use that
Mm-mm.
around us.
It's
They can't use it
crazy.
around us. They can use it amongst themselves. But white folks ain't gonna come out with no black crowd and say, "Hey, what's up, my niggas?" Stop it. You know they are not gonna do no shit like that.
I don't know, brother.
They
Y'all
will never
accepting a
do no
lot of
shit.
stuff nowadays from people that I ain't never seen before. I ain't never seen this
We
kind
ain't
of crap.
accepting the word nigga. We ain't accepting that shit.
Well, maybe you haven't seen it yet, but they do it. I seen them put it on freaking radios. I mean, on rap videos, white boys rapping about the nigga and this nigga that. I'm like, what? And they
Yeah,
spelled it
so you talking about
Nigga,
Eminem? Eminem was the only white person that didn't get crucified for using the word nigga.
and he
There's no
should have
other
been.
white person that ever used that
And
shit in hip hop.
he should have been. Period. End of story. He should have been.
He should have been, but he's the only one person that got away with it. I'm
That's
saying
one
there's no
too
one
many,
else that
brother.
can do it.
That's one too many.
There's
That's one
no
too many. That
hell no, there ain't no one too many.
that's one too many. He shouldn't have never been able to do it.
You know why he got away with that? Because
He
black
ain't.
people put him on the forefront.
But
Dr.
the
Dre,
but
all of
he
them
never
people put
earned it,
him on the forefront, and they gave him a pass.
and we
White people
accepted it,
get a pass.
and we
Who?
accepted it, and we
No,
accepted it.
no, no. He got a lot of backlash. He got
No,
a
but
lot of
we
backlash from
we but
saying
we
nigga.
bought his
They
records,
pulled up
bro.
his old records before he blew up and chewed him out for it. None of his new records said nigga.
But y'all bought his records, not you maybe, but people black of skin bought his records, even though they knew
Yeah,
he
because
was using the word nigga.
no, they didn't know that shit. They didn't
Yes,
know
they
he used that
did.
shit before he blew up. No. Somebody exposed that after he blew up.
I was reading about it when Eminem hit the scene. There were people talking about him using the word nigga, and people were saying he should stop doing it. And he kept doing it, and it got accepted in the younger people. Because my daughter was growing up during that time, and I'm like, "What are y'all doing? Letting these people talk like this?" Well, Dad, that's just the way it is now. What? Y'all letting them call us the names their ancestors called us? What kind of crap is this? But see, a lot of this stuff.
We got a hold of it. When
like
we
I
got
said,
a hold
bro,
of it,
a lot
the
of it is
older black
generational.
people.
A lot of it's generational,
But when
man.
the older black people got a hold of it, we was like, oh, this is some bullshit. We wasn't trying to go out like that. The younger cats might have did it because a lot of people that listen to his shit, they on drugs anyway. So how much fucking morals can you have when you taking 5 or 7 pills a night?
They got
So we
drugs, but
can't
they got enough
expect.
money to buy them CDs, huh?
Hell yeah, they got enough money to buy them CDs. Listen, I like Eminem shit too, but I was mad when Rakim and Big Daddy Kane said that he was the GOAT. That's when I got upset.
Yeah.
I'm like, that is hip hop blasphemy.
That's
How
right.
the fuck can you say that this white man is the
Yep.
greatest of all
Yep.
times?
Yep.
Rakim said that? They had to pay him. That was some bullshit. That's why I can't even respect him no more. Big Daddy Kane or Rakim. They told Rakim he was the greatest of all times. And he said, no, it wasn't me. It was Eminem. What the fuck is wrong with him?
He's in that confusion that y'all into, calling each other coons and accepting the word nigga from a white man.
Nah, don't put that shit on us. Don't put Rakim on us. Hell no, Mr.
That's
Johnson.
that's your era,
no.
brother. That ain't my era. That's your era.
No, hell no, that's your era.
That ain't my
Rakim
era.
is from your era.
That ain't my era.
No.
Brother.
Rakim is one of your rappers.
How's he my? We didn't even have rap when I grew up, man. Rap didn't come out
So
to
you
what,
gonna act
80s or
like y'all
90s?
didn't have no rap. Okay, but when you got to your 20s, y'all started hip hop. So don't act like this shit. Rakim is from your era. You saw Rakim and Big Daddy Kane
You know
come
who
up.
was our rapper? Gil Scott-Heron. That was our rapper. You ever heard of him?
That's a goddamn lie.
No. Gil Scott-Heron
no.
and the Last Poets. You ever heard of them?
That is
They
true
wasn't
though.
no goddamn rappers. They wasn't
I'm
no
saying
rappers.
that's
You
what John
bullshit.
would consider rappers because he spoke a lot and he sang, but he spoke also. That's what they would call rap when people start speaking, right?
No, we didn't consider them rappers. No, y'all
Not
bullshit.
you.
We
No,
considered
I'm
James
not
Brown.
calling them rappers.
James Brown was a rapper.
I'm not
James
calling
Brown
them
was a
rappers.
rapper
I'm
to
saying
us. He was a freestyler.
I'm not calling them rappers. I'm not saying he's a rap. They were rappers. We never even knew the word rapper back in the day. I'm saying that they would be equivalent to some of the rappers because they spoke word like the Last Poets spoke. They didn't sing. They spoke their words like the rappers do.
They was poets. They was not rappers. They was poets.
No, I'm not calling them rappers, man. I'm just trying to equate what I'm saying in reference to the way that people can say about the way it was done. They used words. They didn't sing. Just like the rappers, when they came out, they didn't sing. They used words. They were speaking in words and rhythm.
Listen, we didn't acknowledge nobody from your time until Kool and the Gang came out with that to the hip, a hip it. That was it. We didn't.
That ain't Kool and the Gang, man. That ain't Kool and the Gang.
Sugar Hill, sorry, Sugar Hill.
That's Sugar Hill.
Kool and the Gang. That's Sugar Hill Gang. Sugar Hill Gang.
Sugar Hill. Okay, that was the first time we acknowledged rap from like the whole funk era. When they came out with that shit, and that was mainstream. We said, okay, this is like one of the first rap records, right?
Right.
But we didn't acknowledge no shit that you talking about some goddamn bullshit like that. No,
man.
Rakim said,
don't talk about Gil and them like that. Come on, man. You know what Gil is?
No. To us, James Brown was the first rapper, and he was the first person to freestyle. We ain't dealing with none of that shit. No, we ain't dealing with that.
James Brown didn't start rapping until he got with the who's that crew? The brothers that came back with a Scratch, and what's the other word? He did it in the 80s with them. He wasn't no rapper in the early days. He didn't talk his way.
Even Rudy Ray Moore said he rapped.
Now Rudy Ray Moore was that guy. What he called? What kind of monkey? Sophisticated monkey or something like that. I remember Rudy Ray Moore.
Ray Moore is Dolomite, right?
Signified monkey, sir.
Signified monkey. There you go. Signified
monkey.
No,
Dolomite. He was a poet. He was a poet, man. I'm talking about when people
we call them poets.
Heard it sound like rap from our generation. It was the big payback because he freestyled 10 minutes of that whole shit and it was a hit.
That was a song. That wasn't a rap.
He was freestyling.
Oh man.
That's the first time we heard freestyling,
Come
Mr.
on,
Johnson.
let's see. You out of my range, man. You probably right. I'm wrong. I don't know nothing about all that. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes,
and I'm
ma'am.
only going to interject really quickly, sir. I want
Just
to
don't curse at me, please. Don't
I'm
curse
not.
at
No,
me.
sir. No, sir. I just want to tell you. I want to say this really quickly, Darrell and C-Rock, bruh. I'm gonna say this real quick, and then I'm gonna mute myself. Because of the level of respect and adulation that I have for your son, my professor, I don't want any of my comments tonight to come across as disrespectful. And the last thing I need is for him to be angry with me for being disrespectful towards you. So for that sake and that sake alone, sir, I'd like to apologize if I have offended you in any kind of way. That was not my intent. I'm very outspoken and extremely assertive and passionate when it comes to things that I believe in, and I believe in your son. So for that sake, sir, I would like to apologize to you if I have offended you in any kind of way tonight. That was not my intent. I simply want to get my point across. Thank you.
Likewise.
Nice. You made that very easy, Mr. Johnson. I'm glad you took that. Yes, sir. Yeah. Because we all emotional, man. This is our lives are all at stake, Mr. Johnson. So we out here like, God damn, we need to all get together on one emotion, on one plan, and one goal. And that's all this is about. And
But I think,
we need people like you from your era to help us, man.
bro,
Because
people from my era don't
your era is
tolerate this
cooning.
bull crap y'all doing, man. People from my era ain't got
Yeah,
time
but
for this foolishness.
no. A lot of people from your era, they cooning right now. They try to vote for
Oh,
Biden.
here we go. Now we cooning. Now we cooning. Okay. We cooning. No problem.
No, for real. Listen, your era fell for Barack Obama, all kind of shit.
Nah. First of all, Barack Obama wasn't in my era. Do y'all know how old I am, man? Barack Obama wasn't in my era.
People, the elders voted for him.
Well, the elders may have voted for him, but that doesn't mean that everybody that was an elder was acceptable for who and what he was. Are you kidding me? I wasn't
Listen,
no
Mr.
Obama
Johnson,
fan. I wasn't no Obama fan.
Mr. Johnson, I'm hardcore, and I'm not gonna lie. I was crying when I saw that inauguration. I was like, "Oh, we got one!" I
Man.
knew it wasn't the one, but I was crying like a bitch because I was like, just to see it, even though it was fake, just
Look,
to see it.
we
It
done
was
had
like, wow.
we done had two so-called black. We had a black so-called vice president, and we had a so-called president. But what people don't seem to remember is neither one of them got quote unquote African American roots. Neither one of them. Okay, they both got mixture of something else.
No, but Rock had reach. He had the reach.
He's in
He
Africa.
was just
He's in
dark
Africa.
enough, and they tanned his ass up.
He's
But
from Africa.
he was
His people's
really
from
lighter
Africa.
than what he was.
They not from these streets
Even
here. They not from the U.S. of A. Okay.
No, he's not. He's not. But they tanned him up, and he had the African father from Kenya.
That's right.
And they was like, Zapenya. When we saw that motherfucker, we was like, Zapenya.
And look at Kamala. Look at Kamala. She ain't got no black from here. From here. She got Jamaica and India. She ain't got but see, everybody that's dark skinned ain't black. And that's what everybody seems. And that's the other thing I don't understand.
Thank you.
This blindness that y'all have, that just because people are black, they're gonna help support and follow y'all. And I'm like, are y'all crazy? That's what y'all
we're not
say?
stupid enough to believe that. No,
Y'all
Mr. Johnson, we know that all Mr. Johnson, we know that all skin folk ain't kinfolk. We are not stupid.
That's right.
We are not stupid.
So
we know what's going on.
Why do y'all keep talking every time y'all get on the thing? The first thing come out of your mouth is family, or what's the other word y'all use? King, queens. I hear all these words come out of your mouth, but then when I look at y'all in the street, as you deal with one another, bitch, hoe, coon,
right.
I don't even know the homosexual. I mean,
because we're being honest with each other. I think that calling each other kings and queens without the qualifications, that's a violation. I don't call people kings and queens. If you listen to my shit, I don't call women and men kings and queens. You gotta earn that. I need to see that you live that.
That's right.
So some people do it. I think your son does it on a respect level. I think he does it on a respect level. I think he's looking at what they can be other than what they are. And a lot of our leaders, they had to look at what we can be first to fight for us. Sometimes you're just not up to it.
Let me ask you a question, since you actually say you have interaction with my son. At what point do you think that y'all need to get past this name calling investigating their people's past and all this other garbage. Are y'all waiting for them to stop and then y'all stop, or are y'all going to stop before they stop?
I don't think we need to get past it. I think this is something that's just going to happen naturally because your son is doing something great that makes a lot of people uncomfortable.
Well, that doesn't mean you
Your
have to
son needs
respond
to
to
get
it that
past
way.
No, Mr. Johnson. Your son needs to get past it, but we need to keep fighting the fight on the ground for him.
I agree. So I'm saying, though, until it gets done or whenever it does get done, what is going to be the catalyst that's going to cause it to say, okay, look, we done did enough of this, going back and forth with these clowns. We keep trying to tell them the truth. They don't want to hear it. Let's just do our thing. Let's get on our hustle and get it done. When are y'all going to get to that
I'm gonna
point
tell you.
after 10 years?
Well, hold on. Hold on. Wait.
When-
Let me
when
say
the
this.
school-
I want to say this.
Go-
You also got
go
to
ahead,
take in the fact it's going deeper than that because they're actually affecting black businesses, and I have a big issue
Right.
with these people affecting black businesses. To me, that goes beyond UMAR in the school. But you can't go around vandalizing black businesses. You got one black business shut down. You had another one that had some issues. You know, to me that's a bigger issue than the school. You can't go around disrupting black businesses. We don't even have enough of them.
I agree. I totally agree with you. But the thing I'm trying to say is this: the way in which it gets addressed also either hypes it up or minimizes it. Let's say that Umar saw that they bust the windows out, but he didn't say anything to anybody. He just got them repaired, did his book signing, case closed. Now, to y'all, he was wrong because he should have broadcasted that these clowns went out there and tried to bust up his book signing. To me, you negate them when you don't go around and exemplify all the sick, stupid, and horrendous crap that they're doing and saying. To me, when you go and put it out there, all you're doing is letting them know that they're in your brain and they're in your life. And I don't think they should be in your brain or your life.
That's the only reason why I haven't
I'm
done
sorry?
any of the march.
I'm sorry?
That's the only reason why I haven't done anything about the march. I don't want to amplify the bullshit no more.
Exactly.
I just want to amplify the good things.
Exactly.
So if you look at my channel, I don't talk about the haters. I talk about everything that he's doing that is righteous.
Well, I heard you get on the
And
people
everybody-
too now. I heard you get on some people now. I heard you get on some people too. Did I not? C-Rock, where you going?
You hear me?
Yeah, did you hear what I said?
No. I'm saying somebody said I was your son's baby daddy now because I defend him so much.
Oh my God. Well, does that make me the grandfather to y'all child?
This is crazy, ain't it?
Come on,
We
man.
we
But
family now, according to the trolls.
But brother, you got to be over 30. Am I right or wrong?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so everybody on this thing right now is over 30 years old. This stuff that they doing and saying is junior high. It's not even high school. We talking about a serious mission here. Why get engaged with these clowns? Why even engage them? I don't understand.
You know why your
Because
son did that?
I'm gonna tell you why. Because they committed
They
slavery. That's why.
slowed down the donations. That's what it was. They slowed down the donations.
Okay, but it was already being engaged before this donation slowed down. This stuff been going on for years, my man.
No.
This stuff
Your
been
son
going on
didn't
for
care.
over
Your
10
son didn't
years.
care until he saw. Your son didn't care until he saw the effects of what was going on. He'd been ignoring them for years, but recently.
So by fighting people back and forth, that's going to increase the donations? By fighting people publicly back and forth?
But,
Mr. Johnson, I personally told your son to let
3 years.
Yeah, I personally told your son. Right, he didn't know him for 3 years. I personally told your son. I said, Mr. Johnson, let me deal with them and you stay on the throne. So much shit happened after I said that he was like, man, fuck that. I gotta go out here, and he went crazy. He went crazy for a little bit.
Can't do that.
But he's still the best guy for the job, though. He got education, man. I told people, look, you can't punch somebody and say, oh, they hit me back. Y'all seen it? See it? You can't do that. And that's what they're doing to Dr. Johnson. They hit him, and then when he hit him back, they be like, oh, y'all seen him hit me? And they try to ignore the fact that they hit him first. And I'm trying to explain that to him.
I guess I'm coming from a point, and like I said, it's generational, but I guess I'm coming from a point where leaders used to get beat in prison, houses get caught on fire, kids almost get killed, and they still maintain their decorum. They still maintain their energy to repel their enemies.
You're right, but don't forget about.
Hold on, man.
But Mr. Johnson,
Without
don't
doing
forget
the
about.
same thing back to them.
Right, but Mr. Johnson, don't forget about Malcolm X when he was in that window with an assault rifle.
I knew he was going to say that. And let me tell you something. Malcolm, hold on. Malcolm X stood in that window after he found out they were after him. See, and I'm not talking about just verbally.
No. They was after him and his family.
I know they burned the house. He said they burned the house and all that. I know. I'm very well aware of that. I'm talking about the fact that he was always in a defensive mode. He was not. No, let me take that back. He was always in the mode that when necessary, he was going to take care of business. Okay, because he started the fruit. So Malcolm was the one who got everybody in the fruit to get real about taking care of the nation. So the point of the matter is, he never felt that we should act on emotion. He never felt that because he knew. Hold on a second. He knew
until they talk about killing his family.
But sir, I'm saying he did not.
When they said their family and
you always saw Malcolm. Only one time Malcolm was extremely angry was when they set the house on fire. That's when you saw him say, "Look, if they had done this, I'd have done this." But outside of that, he tell everybody, man, you don't let your emotions run you. And what you see on these YouTube channels, what you see on these YouTube channels is a bunch of
you and your woman
emotions.
up tonight. You're gonna get very emotional. If somebody said they're gonna burn you and your woman up tonight, you're gonna have that assault rifle too if you got one.
Okay,
but I'm not gonna talk about it, bro. I'm gonna wait until they come like Malcolm did. I'm not gonna sit up and give out all these emotions and screaming and yelling and hollering and name calling. No, I'm gonna sit here and wait. You say you coming? I'll be here when you get here. That's why.
Okay, let's let Tiffany have a question.
Mr. Johnson, you do know that your son does not subscribe to the Abrahamic religions, which all three Abrahamic religions push forgiveness and a passive a response to okay, so your son is an Ifa devotee, which is voodoo. You understand that, right?
What's your point?
Okay. My point is that in African spirituality, and I am also in African spirituality, there is no premise and no concept of forgiveness.
Okay.
Your son is ruled by Ogun energy, which is a warrior.
Okay, don't get too deep with it. Don't get too deep with it now. Don't get too deep.
He's going to respond as a warrior. He's not going to respond as somebody who is a person who subscribes to the Abrahamic religion.
Okay, now
he has a warrior spirit.
Okay, now taking the religion out of it, as a warrior, okay, you have your warriors and you have your generals. It's my understanding my son is a general. Now, being a general, that means that you direct your warriors what to do.
Your son's not a general.
Hold on, ma'am. Hold on. Excuse me.
Okay, sorry.
Excuse me. Excuse me. Hello?
Yeah, I'm here, sir. I was just saying he's not a general. Your son is the prince of Pan-Africanism. The general answers to the prince.
The prince's is leadership. I'm not going to the whole hierarchy of military structure. I'm speaking about the fact that he is a leader. That means he leads people. That means there are people who are supposed to take care of those, for lack of a better word, minions who run around causing little trouble. He got his own people to handle that. He should be handling that himself. That's what I'm saying. You don't see 4-star generals down there with privates going back and forth arguing over the food that they got. No, that's what you got other people in between them to take care of that. And all I see is direct intervention between him and the people that talk about him. And I'm glad y'all around, but I still don't see any change in that. Despite the fact that y'all are more prevalent on the internet now than you were about 10 years ago, I still don't see any change in the interaction between him and these clowns that he interacts with. I don't see the difference.
But sir, one thing you got to understand about the general or the prince is that, yes, that is true what you're saying, but you also got to remember that the prince can do what they want to do. If they want to step off the throne and deal with people hands-on, they have that option and that right. And your son has been victimized for years, bullied and sexually harassed. He has that right to respond, and it should not be a negative light on him when he finally decides to fight back from what people are doing to him.
Miss Tiffany, I'm gonna say something that's gonna offend you, but understand we're talking and we're sharing. So don't take it personal. Okay? You study African military history. Very few women led conquest. I didn't say none. Very few. Why? Because one thing you will find out by most military-minded people who have learned, you don't let women lead you. And I'm saying that because women are
Okay.
emotionally based. Okay.
Okay, and that's
Oh, let me finish,
I'm gonna
ma'am.
challenge
You
you by
said you
saying
weren't
that's
gonna get
false.
offended, so let
Tiff,
me finish.
I'm
Let
not
me finish. Let me finish. Because I know this is like digging in your grain there. But I'm sorry. I gotta say this to you because I notice you are very pronounced on this all the channels you go on. And that's okay. No problem. But when you want to start talking about a prince, and you want to start talking about military structure, and you want to talk about protecting the kingdom, for lack of a better word, then guess what? You have to acknowledge the fact that most of those things were leadership by men. By men. And
that's
there's a
right.
reason for that. Because we are the maintainers and protectors. So
That's right.
it's hard for me to sit here and listen to you tell me, first of all, because I don't know if you've ever been in the military, but I'm assuming you hadn't. And
law
second,
enforcement, sir.
okay, that's not the same. Believe me, it's not the same.
Wow.
I've
Okay.
been in law
Yeah.
enforcement too, man. I was in law
Okay.
enforcement too.
You go
So
right on ahead, and I'm gonna respond to your
okay.
comment.
But understand something. This is not a debate because a debate
Yeah,
means
it's
that
not
I
about
could
women and men.
hold on. This is not a debate, okay? Because there's no doubt that scientifically what I'm saying to you can be proven. Now we've had our anomalies where there's been some women like Joan of Arc and others, black women too, okay, who've taken the lead and done things, but mostly battles have been fought by men. And I think if my son is having you tell him based on the way you receive some of the stimuli that's coming from this internet and the way in which you respond to it, I think he's in trouble.
Okay,
But
sir,
you,
first of all, number one, first and foremost, I have stated categorically before that I do not speak for your son and I do not speak for the school. Secondly, your point about women, the only reason why women in the Western world are not leaders in military is because of misogyny and patriarchy.
they
Last
are
but not
leaders.
least, let's discuss the women that did lead, like
Mhm.
Menelik, like Haile Selassie's wife, who was riding in battle with him. Let's talk
Yep,
about Mama
with him,
Ashantiwa. Let's
with
talk. She
him,
was beside him fighting, and
with
she
him,
ruled
Right.
armies. There's a lot of women, like the
with him.
Dahomey tribe, or excuse me, sir,
They
like the
didn't lead,
Dahomey
man.
tribe,
They
like
didn't lead.
the Dahomey
Tiffany.
tribe. Like the
Tiffany.
Dahomey tribe who was an all-woman army. So don't sit up and try to make it seem like as
Tiff.
if women aren't. No, I'm not. No, you're gonna be quiet, C-Rock, because I didn't interrupt you when you were speaking.
No, but those
No,
women
you're
were
gonna
not
no,
There you
following
no,
any
go.
no,
women.
no, no,
Hold on,
no.
Those
guys. Wait,
women
C-Rock,
wait,
were
wait.
you're
not
gonna be
following.
quiet.
Those women
You're
were
gonna
not
be
not
quiet,
follow.
C-Rock.
Come on,
That's
guys.
what
Oh,
you're gonna do.
No, it's not
Come on,
oh.
about
Jamal.
that.
No, you're gonna be
Wait,
quiet,
wait, wait,
C-Rock.
wait.
That's
Slow
what you're
down.
gonna
Slow
do.
down. Let us
That's
speak
what you're
because
gonna
y'all
do.
you
You gonna
all
be
said
quiet.
an hour. Y'all spoke for a great deal of time
I didn't
uninterrupted.
say shit when y'all were
Hey,
talking.
go
And
ahead, Tiff.
you
Go
know,
ahead.
you gonna
You're
be
Go
right.
ahead, go
Go
quiet,
ahead.
ahead.
C-Rock. You gonna be quiet. That's what you gonna do. Now,
Okay, come
Mr.
on,
Oh
sit
Jamal,
no,
down
no,
and
sir.
no.
shit.
You're
Let's
not gonna.
hold on.
No,
Come
No,
no,
on,
yes, I
T-Rock.
you're not
am.
gonna talk
Because you
like that.
interrupted me. Yes, the hell
I
I
just
am.
said I
Because
was
you
gonna let
Oh,
you
interrupted me.
talk.
Hold on,
Okay,
oh.
wait,
C-Rock,
slow
you're
down,
dismissed.
slow down.
You're dismissed,
Tiffany,
C-Rock. You're
Tiffany.
dismissed.
Don't
Okay, back
disrespect
to
me.
my
Damn.
point.
Tiffany.
I'm not
I'm
disrespecting you.
dismissed.
Hold on, wait. Stop. Slow down, guys. Let's be respectful. Let's tone it down. We getting too intense, too aggressive.
You know what?
We're
This
gonna
was
let her
worth staying
speak.
up for. You know that? This was worth staying up for tonight.
Stop. Let's calm down. Let's let her speak because everybody spoke for a great deal of time and she didn't say anything. So go ahead, Tiffany. We're gonna allow you to speak your mind.
Yes, please.
My point is that the whole reason why you're saying that is because of misogyny and patriarchy. And it's really offensive that you would try to make it seem like as if I'm speaking for Dr. Johnson when I've told your ass several times that I'm not speaking for him. No, whoa,
I'm
my
Whoa.
done.
ass.
I'm
No,
done. I'm done.
excuse
I
me.
didn't
Okay,
curse
you
at
can
you.
be done.
I
You're
did not
dismissed too.
disrespect you.
You're dismissed
Take care,
too.
man. I'm
Because
out.
first of all, dismissed. I know you still
Look at
listening. I
that.
never once said I was speaking for him. And for him to sit up and say that if he has someone like me speaking for him, like as if I'm like some sort of negative person.
Tiff, they're
I am
gonna
a
use
woman.
this against
I
you.
don't give a shit. C-Rock, silence
They're gonna
yourself and
use
let
this
me
against
speak.
you.
Silence yourself, C-Rock, because I didn't
Tiffany,
interrupt you when you were speaking. I
Tiffany,
did not.
Tiffany.
Tiff, they're gonna use this against you. Chill, bro.
I don't give a damn what they do. But when you were speaking, C-Rock, I didn't
You
interrupt
should
you, and it
care
pisses
because
me
this is
off.
a war.
It pisses me off when you guys interrupt me when I'm speaking every single time. Black
Yeah,
men
but you
always
was
do this on
rashing.
various platforms. I don't give a shit. I didn't say nothing when you were
You
speaking,
should
and there's a lot
care.
of stuff you said that I didn't agree with.
Okay,
So how
why
about
you
you
want to
just
fucking?
hush?
Why you want to battle?
C-Rock, how about you hush right now and let me get my point out?
I
How about
won't
that?
hush nothing, Tiff.
Okay,
How about you shut up?
D-Rail, he needs to
Okay.
shut the fuck up because now I'm pissed off.
Tiffany, come
He's out
on
of
now.
control, D.
Hold on,
I'm
see,
not out of control.
Jesus.
Your ass is
hold
out of
on,
control because
wait, slow down, guys, you blowing up the scene. Tiffany, we're gonna let you speak, but you
I
have
don't
to
want
tone
to
it
speak.
down.
I'm done. I'm pissed off. I don't have shit to say.
God, we try to let her talk, D. We try to let her talk. She's out of
Bullshit,
control, bro.
C-Rock. Bullshit. I'm not out of control. You were being disrespectful to me again, and you apologized for doing this shit a few days ago, and you're doing it again.
Yeah,
You
but what you're
apologized,
doing
and you did
tonight,
it.
what you're doing,
I don't give a
what
shit.
you're doing
C-Rock,
tonight,
you speak your
see,
point, and nobody interrupted you.
see.
Nobody
Yeah,
did. You
because
got
I
that
wasn't trying
respect.
to attack. That's because
You
I
took
wasn't
over the
trying to
whole
attack you.
goddamn
Yo, D,
platform,
mute her.
C-Rock.
D,
You
mute her.
took over the whole platform. No, you
D,
did. And was barely letting
D,
Darrell
mute
get a word
her.
in edgewise on his own goddamn
Mute
show.
her.
No,
Hold
don't
on,
mute
guys.
me.
Look, look. I'm trying to give y'all a chance. Y'all, listen. We can talk and be respectful. We don't have to yell. We don't have to curse. We can have opposing views. Okay, but let's be somewhat respectful. Come on, man. We grown. Go ahead.
He laced
Why
his
you gonna let
insult
us
with
go at the
me.
same
Okay,
time, yo? What
am
the
I allowed
fuck,
to
yo?
speak? You tell me, D.
Come
Darrell,
on,
because
come
I don't
on,
even
man.
know if I'm allowed
Right.
to talk.
D. Darrell, give me a
Listen,
chance.
guys. Hold on, man. Look.
I'm gonna let her speak, bro. Just give me a chance,
Okay.
D. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
So all
Okay.
I was saying was where she was taking it, talking to his father like that, I don't want to be a part of it. Now she can talk and say whatever she want to do, but I'm not gonna go back and forth with her because I'm not gonna do the same shit that we already made a mistake doing on the other live. So all
True.
I'm saying is respect the man, father, whether you agree with him or not, respect him, and that's it. And I'm gonna get out of here. I'm gonna let her talk. All right? Thank you,
Okay.
D. I appreciate you, brother.
All right, C-Rock. Appreciate what you do. Okay,
All right.
okay. Damn, they both left. Oh wow. What's up, Classic Ruby? Good to see you in here again. Good to see you in here. Definitely. So, guys, again, you heard from Mr. Johnson himself. And, I'm going to be honest with you guys. I mean, you all get the watered down Jamal Johnson. I get the amped up Jamal Johnson that's way more aggressive than what you're hearing right now. Again, I wanted to do this particular live so that I can create a discussion on the responses, the rhetoric, the comments that Jamal Johnson may say on various panels. He is seen as being a very controversial person, very opinionated, very stern in his views. And I'm still at a point to saying that there were some things that I think he should have done differently that I think was detrimental to UMAR's image. And I do think that, and I tell him this too, even if he's listening or he may text me or what have you. I didn't like when he did the interview with those two guys and they had Lennon out of there. I didn't think that helped anything. Some other platforms he went on and started saying stuff because people use that against UMAR Johnson. And I just would like him to be a little bit more conscious of what he says and what platform he goes, because I don't think it's not helping the cause if they're going to use his father against him. And that to me is detrimental to the progress. But go ahead, C-Rock.
So, yeah, I was just trying to say, no matter what we feel about Dr. Johnson's father, we got to show him respect because he didn't have to come on the platform and speak to us. My goal was not to make him look bad, but to understand where he was coming from. Because I honestly didn't understand why he went out there like that against his son. But now I do. He is from a whole different element of when, like he said, when we go against the government, we fight them, we go to jail, we bleed, we get bit by dogs. And like our generation is not used to that. So I understand totally what he was saying. And he's back again. I appreciate him coming on here because he didn't have to give us the opportunity to speak to him. I'm glad he came back. So, Mr. Johnson, thank you.
Yeah, but if she comes back, I'm out, man. She has no
me
control.
too. Me too. Because she was
she had no self-control. I can't deal with that, man.
Yeah, she was, but I'm gonna say this, guys. Like, I let everybody talk freely, and I think she probably was looking at it from the perspective of you all pretty much talked. Y'all had a one-on-one conversation, and to be honest with you, I kind of went in a little bit to see if other people wanted to talk. They remained silent, and so I guess when she had a chance, she wanted to have a chance to say what she wanted to say.
She didn't have to curse at me, man. Why she curse at me?
Nah, she didn't. She didn't, and I will tell her that. I will talk to her about that. I think that was appropriate. I think that she kind of got a little unhinged there,
Exactly,
and impulsive with her speech, and that's something she's gonna have to work on. And because she may have to give another apology.
No, it's okay. Because look, it's only so many apologies that you can give before people just say, all right, it's enough.
Thank you.
Listen, my only thing, I love Tiff. Tiff is very passionate in what she believes in. My thing is, please don't ever try to come on live and convince men that we should not be dominant and that we should not do everything in our power to protect our women and lay our life down for our women and be in a leadership role. She wanted to talk a feminist point of view. I'm not with feminists. Feminism destroyed the black community. Listen, if black women didn't buy into feminism, they would have said, fuck your Section 8. I want a man to work with to provide for our children or whatever situation it was. But feminism destroyed us. That was for white women. They don't realize, people in the world don't realize that white women were not able to vote until black people fought for it.
That's right.
When black people were able to vote, white people were able to vote at that same exact time. The white women, excuse me. The men been able to vote, obviously. But the white women and black people were able to vote at the same time when they said it's okay for black people. So I'm not dealing with the feminist shit. She need to understand that she need to find a black man that she agrees with and help push him to the forefronts. But if you push a black man that is not where you want to go, then don't follow him. Follow a black man that want to go where you want to go and push him into that direction. This is ridiculous. Our women are in relationships with men that they don't agree with. That's a disaster before it even starts. Find a black man that wants the same things that you want and encourage him to get it. What the fuck is so hard about that?
I don't appreciate being lied on, C-Rock. I never once said I was a feminist. No, hold on. Let me finish, please, because I didn't interrupt you. I don't agree with feminism or its whole thing. I think feminism was the worst thing that happened to our community. So don't sit up and try to paint it as though I am a feminist. Allow me to speak for myself. My point is that when you were speaking the entire time, after you apologized a few days ago for disrespecting the black women on another panel, you came on and did the exact same to me when I was trying to assert my opinion, which is just as valid as yours. Whether you agree with it or not, that's the only reason why I'm pissed off with you. That's literally it.
Yep. So if your opinion is as valid as mine, I never said your opinion wasn't valuable.
Then don't
let me
steamroll over me when I'm speaking, C-Rock. Don't steamroll over me when I'm speaking.
Your opinion is just as important. I never said it wasn't important, Tiff. All I was saying was, look, when black men are trying to take the position of accountability, don't jump in and say that we shouldn't do that. That's all
I didn't say
saying.
that.
Ahead,
if you had to let me be quiet, if you had to shut the hell up and listen to me, C-Rock, you would have heard my point. No, I'm not disrespecting
That's the black woman that we don't need.
It's disrespectful when you cut me off when I'm mid-sentence before I even gave my point, because you thought that I was sitting up here trying to tell you that you protecting us wasn't valid. That's not what I was saying. Mr. Johnson came in here. Hold on, I'm not done. Again, you're doing it again. I'm not done.
Yeah, because you just disrespected me. We don't need that.
This is my point, D-Rel. Do you see where I'm coming from? Do you see my point? My point was, Mr. Johnson insulted me, but laced it with some bullshit prior to the insult. So you can't sit up and get mad at me for responding. I was not sitting up saying women, or whatever the hell type of narrative you were trying to paint that you thought what I was trying to say. If you would sit back and be quiet and just let me get my point across. There are a lot of Black women generals that led armies that did a damn good job. And for you guys to sit up and come on this platform and to say, just because I was born with a hole instead of a pole, that I'm not equipped to lead people is insulting, to say the least, because you literally just spat in the face of Harriet Tubman, Mama Ashanti-Wa, the Dahomey tribe, and every other woman general that's been out there. That's literally the only point I was trying to make.
Tiff,
and you wouldn't let me get my word out because you kept cutting me off, and you're doing it again, D-Rel. This is my point. This is, you're doing it, C-Rock. You're doing it. You keep doing it. This is what you do.
That's why we don't need emotion on the battlefield.
I'm not emotional. So you're talking about men aren't emotional? I'm human, C-Rock. Men and women get emotional.
Men are not as emotional as women.
Look at your president, C-Rock. Look at your president. Exhibit
okay, so you want to attack me now because I'm speaking the truth, just like everybody else?
I'm not attacked. See, here you go. This is that male fragility we're talking about.
Well, let me talk.
That male fragility that we are talking about, C-Rock. I'm not
fragility. There is no fragility. No, there is no fragility.
D-Darrell, I tell you what.
Let me just say my piece real quick.
D-Darrell.
Okay, Tiff, let me ask you one question.
When I'm allowed to speak, D-Darrell. You let me know when I'm allowed to speak, okay? Because anytime I try to say something, he cuts me off and it's pissing me off. Now, if I'm wrong for being human, for being mad about that,
I'm just going to ask you a question, Tiff, and I'm going to let you talk. I'm going to ask you one question.
Okay, go ahead and ask
I'm going to ask Tiff one question, D. I'm going to ask her one question. Okay, because a lot of the women that, the way she's been taught is that all life comes from women, and that every race came from women. I'm just going to ask her one question. Is there life in a man's sperm? Go ahead, let her answer.
C-Rock, I wouldn't exist if not for you. You wouldn't exist if not for me. Of course, I cannot make a child without you. You cannot make a child without me.
Okay.
Do you not get that?
Why are you arguing about life coming from a man? Why y'all keep pushing this narrative that life came from women?
First of all, who is y'all? I'm speaking from myself. I have never said that.
Okay, why
what are you talking about, y'all, then?
Okay.
Why am I saying
well, then
what?
Why are you pushing? Go ahead. Listen, I'm just saying.
No. What narrative am I pushing? C-Rock, quote me directly. Quote me where I ever said that life doesn't come from men and women. Quote me when I've ever said that.
I'm not talking about that now. I'm saying that you are talking about females being in leadership, and the reason why they were in leadership is because men did not assume the position of leadership. The leadership belongs in the man's hands. If you want to sit here and talk about women leading men, then this is counterproductive. Men are supposed to lead.
No, wrong. This is what I'm saying, C-Rock, and I'm gonna say this again slowly for the cheap seats in the back. I'm saying a leader can be a man or a woman, depending on who's better equipped to lead. I am saying that just because you are born with a pole does not automatically entitle you the role of leadership and make by default you a better leader than a woman. I'm saying anybody can step to the plate and lead depending on if they have leadership abilities inside them. That gender, sex does not matter. It matters on if the person has that muscle, that beat in their chest, that provide and the mental fortitude to be a leader, because there are a lot of beta male bitch-ass men out there who do have a penis that are not equipped to lead. Let's look at Lynn and Honor. Let's talk about it.
Now, though. Tiff, we're talking to each other, right? So you're not talking to one right now. All I'm saying is this, Tiff, is is the man the head of the family? Let her answer.
I'm sorry, I was on mute. I was talking. Excuse me. C-Rock, the two of us are not speaking specifics. I'm not saying, C-Rock, you are not a good leader. You're not saying, Tiff, I'm not a good leader. Well, I'm speaking in general that anybody who has the mental fortitude and the heart to lead should be allowed to lead. And a person should not automatically think that a man is equipped to lead simply because he's a man, and a woman is equipped to lead simply because she's a woman. I think anybody can lead if they have the mental fortitude and the know-how and the heart to do so.
Tiff, don't speak in general right now, Tiff. I'm asking you to speak to me.
So you want me to speak about you specifically? Do I think you're a good leader?
No. Speak to me. Answer my question. Is the female the head of the family?
And my response would be depending on the family and depending on the female, because I know a lot of men who are not the head. Did you just cut me off when you asked me a question?
Yeah, because you didn't answer my question.
Okay,
let her finish. C-Rock, just let her finish, C-Rock. Go ahead.
I said that would depend on the man and that would depend on the female in the marriage, because I know a lot of men who are not the head of their family. They're lazy bums who live off their women. I also know a lot of women who do not have leadership abilities to lead a family because they just simply don't know how to do it. So I can't paint everybody with the broad brush. I would have to do it case by case and weigh each person differently according to their abilities and capabilities to lead.
All right, Tiffany, I'm going to ask you again. Is the man supposed to lead his family or the woman?
Okay, I don't know how many other ways I can answer the question, but I'm going to go ahead and say it again slowly so that you can absorb every single noun and syllable.
Just answer the question.
Because I've already answered you. You want the first you said, yes, I did. You said, okay.
I said supposed to lead his family.
Conversation.
I'm sorry, what? What was that, D. Darrell?
It's the manosphere. It sounds like a manosphere. That's another black sect of YouTube. They talk about this issue they talk about this issue all the time. But go ahead, guys.
Because that's a big issue.
Okay, this is what I think. This is my opinion. That's what I'm asking you. This is my opinion. I think that a person should lead the family depending on their leadership capabilities. I can't paint everybody with the same brush. I can't do that. Because I don't believe that there should just be one leader in the family. I don't.
Tiffany, let me ask you this question: what is consistent with with your African culture in regards to women?
Depending on the culture, African culture isn't monolithic, but depending on the culture.
I asked about yours.
I think that we both can lead, but it also depends on which areas, because there's some areas that I'm not equipped to lead, and there's some areas that my man may not be equipped to lead. So it all just depends. It's not just one brush painted on my family.
Okay, Tiffany,
for instance, I'll give you an example. Let me give you an example.
Hold up. No, we don't need an example right now.
No, I'm going to give it anyway, whether you think we need it or not. Please.
No, I'm saying,
sir.
I didn't say we didn't need it. I said we didn't need it right now. I'm saying, is traditionally for the family to be successful, should the man be the leader and the woman be the follower?
Are you talking about a Eurocentric standard? Or are you talking about an African standard?
That's not Eurocentric. That's not Eurocentric. It is. Because the white man.
Disagree.
No, it's not. No, it's not. How is it Eurocentric when black people are on this planet before white people? How is it Eurocentric?
Because the influence of white supremacy is patriarchal, C-Rock, and it's misogynistic. That's why I say it's Eurocentric. Because in African tradition, the women led the families.
Listen to me. I'm not trying to yell over you, Tim.
But you're cutting me off when you ask me a question. It's like annoying, C-Rock. Do you not realize what you're doing?
Please stop trying to paint me as someone who doesn't listen to women. Like, please stop doing that.
C-Rock, you're painting yourself like that. When you cut me off, when you ask me a question and I don't answer the way you want me to, and you cut me off, you're painting yourself as somebody who don't listen to women.
That's because, Tiff, somebody taught you that a woman can lead. Even Harriet Tubman, like I said, she led because there were no men that stood up. But there are men that stand up now. So
there were men that stood up.
There were no
she
men.
was just better at
slavery, there was no other man except for Nat Turner. He was the only black man that said, I don't even give a fuck if I die now. There was no other man in slavery that stood up besides Nat Turner and people like Kenta Kunte that were just like, fuck this. I don't care about nothing else. Kill me, but I don't want to be a part of this. Okay? I'm saying, naturally, without white influence, should the man be the head of the family?
And I'm going to answer you again. It depends on the man. Every man is not a leader. Every man is not a leader, C-Rock.
I'm out of here.
Do you not get that? Look at Lenin. Can he lead his family?
Now, that was a great joke.
No, answer the question. He's talking about should a man should automatically be given that title because he has a pole?
You know what, Tiffany? I think, Lenin, what I see is that, yeah, he probably was the leader in committing some of the fraudulent things to the government. For, maybe in his, I don't know if that was his idea of his wife or his wife's idea. So I don't know. Maybe he did lead to to convince her to not allow him for her to stay with him after he didn't work for 7 years and live off of her and live off the government. I mean, that may have been his idea. So so technically he may have led to that. You know, that's just me. I don't know
It's
how we got on
annoying.
that.
Darrell, it's annoying because when Black women come on here and speak their minds, we're oftentimes steamrolled, and not just on your platform, but other platforms, and it's annoying. Like I stated before, that is a microcosm in our community.
Well, I'm gonna say
He
this,
baby, he asked me a question, and when I answered and I didn't answer the way he wanted me to, he steamrolled over me and cut me off multiple times. I was quiet when they were speaking. I didn't say a word.
yeah, and that was the point. That was the point I was trying to make, because Jamal and C-Rock talked for like a good hour and a half, and I tried to get C-Rock in, and I know you were already kind of having some choice of words, so I didn't want to have too much interaction with you and Jamal because I knew what was going to happen sooner or later, and then it eventually, transpired. But I'm gonna say this: historically speaking, men are supposed to be the head of the household. Okay, historically speaking. Okay, but we're in a situation where there, it's a blur of roles, blur of who does what, who's better at these things. We have to take into account societal changes. We also have to look at the fact that women didn't have the rights that they had back then that they have now. Women didn't have the opportunities to lead, and so forth, because basically you didn't have rights, you didn't have the ability to do things that you do today. And because you have those opportunities, it propels you to have the wherewithal to function in certain aspects of a family environment that you were not allowed to in the past. I'm going to say that, and this is what I pretty much promote when I deal with people who have relationship issues, and this is an issue. I think that in a relationship, whether it's married or you and living together, cohabitating, and so on, those roles need to be communicated between the man and the woman. And whatever is agreed upon, even if it's not in line with societal standards, as long as it's operational for that family, is nobody's business. That's how I feel about it. I mean, Classic Ruby just alluded to the fact that no one has complete control of anything in a relationship or in a home environment. And I do agree with that. There's certain things that Tiffany, you may be good at, that you may be good at the finances. He may be good at the, things around the house. You are kids. And so,
Darrell,
huh?
that was my exact point, that it depends on the person, and you can't paint the whole relationship with one brush. There might be situations and areas where he would lead 10 times better, and then again there might be situations and areas where I would lead. For example, and I tried to give this example, but he would not listen. Think about it like this: in regards to education for my children, for most of the dudes that I date, wouldn't be a good person to lead in that area. Because I've worked with children, because I'm an educator and working with kids, that should be my domain to lead. He might have other fortes that I lack in, and that's where partnership comes in. So it's not just one person who's a fucking dictator of the household and a Nazi, and everybody need to fall in line. And because I'm a woman, I'm supposed to fall in line and bow down and obey my man? No. How can we just lead together?
Well, the thing about it is, Tiff, this is where I'm gonna have to give a little pushback. I think when we talk about leading together, unfortunately, in every relationship, the stronger personality is going to be the leader. I mean, but that just because a person is the lead doesn't mean that you're without ownership to also lead in some respect. It's just that in the functioning of that relationship, the man is somewhat the leader. He's the leader. I mean, you can still see. I think one of the big issues, and this is a problem that I deal with a lot in my function of what I do as far as in counseling with relationships and so forth, is that we have put a very nasty connotation around what it takes to lead and what it takes to follow. And I think when you kind of gave an example of that when you said about, am I supposed to just follow, be quiet, don't have a word, anything, and have a dictatorship? Well, in the function of a relationship between a man and a woman in a family situation, being a dictatorship is not going to work. With leadership, being the head of the household also comes responsibility. And also with responsibility comes delegation of roles, identifying your strengths and weaknesses, and knowing that there are certain things that your wife does that are better than you, and you having the wherewithal to understand that and allow her to function in those roles that she can thrive. That's leadership. Now, having a dictatorship, as far as you shut up, do what I say, don't say nothing, you're seen but not heard, that's not a recipe in this day and age for a functional relationship, because very few women are going to operate successfully under those conditions. So I just think that it's a matter of and I think that following a man's leadership doesn't make you unequal. It just means that you're following under a certain a certain mindset, a certain structure in your home and family environment. That doesn't mean that you can't lead. That doesn't mean that being submissive doesn't mean that you're not without some level of leadership. But again, I think it also boils down to the communication that you have with your mate and how you're going to function in the relationship.
Okay, do you believe that just because a man is a man, he's automatically qualified? Without just automatic, like Lennon is qualified because he's a man.
No, I think he's not automatically qualified, but if he's not a leader, he shouldn't be getting married.
But that happens every day. I wish I had a dollar for every homegirl.
And you're right, it happens every day, and there are a lot of people who don't need to be married.
And it seems as though C-Rock and I really think that this goes back to why they always interrupt Black women when we speak on these panels, because they don't value what we say. We're beneath them, and our input, whether they agree or not, is not valid. And that's the offensive part, and that's what sends me through the roof.
Okay.
That in the middle of our struggle, D. Durrell, the Black struggle, Black women have been there beside the Black man, fighting hand in hand against white supremacy. Like, seriously. And what do we get? What do we get? We're deemed beneath them within our community.
Tiffany, I can't agree with that, Tiffany. I don't think
that's how it feels. That's how it feels. He sits up and he asks me a direct question, and when I'm answering, he cuts me the hell off every single time. That is so offensive.
Okay. Well, I think that sometimes you have to understand, Tiffany. I guess because I'm used to dealing with people that don't know how to communicate pretty well. I think that sometimes when you see and hear that, it's a function of other things outside of being on a panel. So if someone is interrupting you, that may be indicative of how they may interrupt others in real life. And so I don't know if I can necessarily connect that with trying to minimize the heroicism of Black women in our history. I just think that's just a function of them maybe having to learn to communicate better. And I don't want us to misconstrue that as if they're necessarily not respecting what women think and say.
But where does that come from, though?
That, again, I just talked about it. That's indicative of how they may communicate in real life. And that's a communication problem that they may need to work on. Where does it come from? It comes
what's
from
the root cause?
That's something that's modeled, meaning that you learn that from other people. So a person that does that may have witnessed other relationships or other interactions with men with women and picked up to use the same behavior.
Okay.
Simple as that. I mean, it's just like this. People who are habitually in dysfunctional relationships. The reason why they're in those dysfunctional relationships because a lot of those times, a lot of people have the perspective is that that's how a relationship is supposed to function. So if you're in a dysfunctional relationship, you feel that relationships constitutes dysfunction. Therefore, you're going to always choose dysfunctional people. You know that's something that needs to be worked on. That's something that needs to be processed and changed. So again,
That's something that needs to be worked on.
put your mute your mic, C Rock.
Go ahead.
Nah, go ahead. You can speak now because I'm getting ready to wrap up.
All right. I'll tell you where it come from. No, I'm just joking. I'm just joking. Look, Tiff don't know. I got mad love for Tiff. I'm just against the belief that black women should lead. I believe that God made man and he made woman to help him. If he made the woman first, I wouldn't be disagreeing with anything. But he made the man and he found that the man was lonely and he needed a companion. So he said, all right, I will give you somebody that will help you while you are on this earth. And that's what women were created for, to help us. So all I was saying was find a man that you want to help. Don't combat with me. I'm not saying that women should be silent. I believe that a man will never be at peace until he finds a good woman. I'm not what they think I am. I'm just very stern about what I believe. Ladies, find a man that you believe in and help that man, but don't be with a man that you disagree with because it's not going to work. And that's all I was trying to tell Tiff. Let her talk.
C-Rock, I don't have nothing to say to you. I just don't. I don't appreciate you cutting me off when I didn't cut y'all off when
All
y'all
right,
were
I'm out.
speaking for
I'm
damn near
out.
an hour.
Okay. All right. Any last words, Tiff? I'm getting ready to wrap up. I'm at the 4:07 mark.
No, I'm fine. Thank you.
Well, Tiffany, I want to say this before you drop off. I'm actually glad that we were able to have the interaction that we had. I want to let you know I do respect and I do appreciate the input that you contribute to any panel that you go on. Yes, I've seen some things. I do share your sentiments. I've seen when you were on certain panels, and you know there was some conflictual statements that the men didn't care for, and it became somewhat adversive in your interaction. I do understand that, and you have to understand. You all have a clashing of views on certain things. You're very outspoken, and rightfully so. And in doing that, you're going to encompass those type of interactions. So what I can just say is that I just want everybody to listen to each other and not be too quick to just impulsively react. That's all I can really say about that. But because you are a female and you are outspoken, intelligent also, you're going to get that sometime. You don't. I mean, you have to understand in this particular platform, you are going to get that type of pushback at times. So you're going to have to be prepared for that. Okay. All right. So anything
Okay.
else, Tiffany?
No, babe. Thank you so much. You guys have a good night. Thank you for having me.
All right. Appreciate it. Okay, guys, I'm getting ready to get off of here. This was a very interesting, very entertaining, interesting particular show. Didn't expect to go 4 hours, but I did. I will be going live all day tomorrow and on Sunday, talking about various issues. I see people are talking about controlling emotions, triggering things. Again, those are things that, from an emotional standpoint, everybody have triggering points. I have triggering points. No one is elusive of that. It all depends on what the issues are. Some people are better at controlling verbal impulses and emotional impulses than others. And so that's another behavioral defect that you can work on. Do the work, do the therapeutic work, or whatever means that need to be taken so that you can improve in that area. So I'm not going to say that people at the majority of act a certain way of any sex or group of people. Everybody's different. So with that being said, guys, I'm going to go ahead and call it a night. I will be seeing you all in the morning. We'll be having more discussions. Have a great evening. Good night.